Is this thing on? Oh, okay, great. Shana Tova and Gemar Tov. Welcome to Lab Shul's Yom Kippur 5784, back at Tribeca Performing Arts Center. We are so glad you've chosen to atone with us and begin a new year together. Get comfortable. If you are joining us online at your home, thank you for inviting us into your living room. First time to Lab Shul? So glad to have you with us. Not your first Lab Shul experience? Welcome back. We are an everybody-friendly, artist-driven, God-optional community, and we are excited to begin this new year together with familiar faces and new friends. If you are Jewish, Jew-ish, Jew-lover, believer, a questioner, curious, if you have ever felt marginalized or alone in any spiritual space, we've got you. And if you aren't really sure how you ended up here today, welcome. You're in the right place. We are in the presence of ever-presence, all of us together for this annual ride. We gratefully acknowledge the Munsi Lenape people on whose ancestral homelands we gather on this new year, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. This is sacred space and sacred time. A little more housekeeping. Please take a moment now to mute all electronic devices, even if you're at home. Later on, feel free to use our Lab Shul hashtag, that's the number sign in case you didn't know, to celebrate the new year when sharing online. Please take note of all exits in case of an emergency. Many of us will be fasting throughout Yom Kippur, so please be mindful. We are beginning a new year together. Let's take a breath. Here we go. Shana Tova.
Shana Tova, everyone. Shana Tova, Gemara Tov. You do not carry this all alone. No, you do not carry this all alone. This is way too big for you to carry this on your own. So you do not carry this all alone. That's your song. I know. I learned it from you. This is a song by our friend Ale. And I want to hear you singing it, Esther. Shana Tova, everyone. My name is Shira. If I haven't gotten to meet you yet, welcome. Welcome. As we begin this journey together, I just want to give you a heads up. We're going to sing a ton. We're going to sing songs that you know, that you have known for lifetimes. And we're going to sing songs that you haven't heard yet, but you know them for lifetimes, I promise. It's going to be like that. So you ready? Let's just do a little bit of singing together, and I think this one is really going to help. So that's our note. That's a B. So you can hum that. That's a good start. Hum. Now wiggle in your seat just enough so that you have some space so that your wings are open. That's what singers call our wings. So just open up. And this is for you. You do not carry this all alone. Yeah. No, you do all alone. This is way too big for you to carry this on your own. So you do not carry this all alone. You sound beautiful. You do not carry this all alone. No, you do not carry this all alone. Yes, take a breath. This is way too big for you to carry this on your own. So you do not carry this all alone. Yes. Now, as we continue to sing this and hum, yeah, never stop humming, never stop buzzing, you know that. I want you to find a way to sing this piece of music in such a way that you can hear someone else in the room singing it to you. And I want you to find a way to sing this piece of music so that you're following us, but only so you know that we're following you. And you can follow yourself. Are you ready? Big breath. You do not carry this all alone. No, you do not carry this. You do not carry this all alone. You do not carry this all alone. No, you do not carry this all alone. This is way too big for you to carry this on your own. So you do not carry this all alone.
Welcome back. Welcome for the first time. Welcome for as many times as it takes to come back for this night of atonement. It is such an honor and a pleasure to have a community together, a temporary community. The DNA in this room and those of you joining us from your homes will probably never be together again. So welcome to an extremely extraordinary, one-of-a-kind, like every other moment in our lives. I'm Amichai, here with the Lab Shul team, on stage, off stage, welcoming you on tech, we are one community for the next 25 hours, some of us fasting, some of us with specific intentions, all of us on this night in the middle of these difficult nights and difficult days, coming together to practice what our ancestors have been practicing for generations, which is the art of atonement. So we want to invite us to take another breath and bring us here, Jewish, Jew-adjacent, human first. We're here to be. If you're joining us online or if you're here, we have these cards that we've given out, and you have the information on your screens with a QR code that has some of the poems, the prayers, some of the backstory of what we're here to do. But honestly, you don't need much other than just being here. We're going to begin by lighting the candles that signify that the lights are on for this ritual. Folks at home, you can light actual candles. We here are limited by safety rules, and we're going to light our LED candles. It is a pleasure and an honor to invite my friend and teacher, Rabbi Dalia Shacham, here from Haifa. Dalia is with me on the executive board of Rabbis for Human Rights, have been working tirelessly this past year and many years to bring together Israelis and Palestinians, women and men, people, to light up our world. Dalia, thank you for being here and helping us lead the Mother's Prayer for Peace. Brucha haba, mahaba.
Thank you, Amichai. Thank you for the entire Lab Shul team and for everybody here. It's a privilege to be praying together in this night. It's a privilege to be reading this prayer written by Rabbi Tamar Elad Applebaum and Sheikha Ibtisama Hamid in my mother's mother tongue, which is Arabic, in my father's mother tongue, which is Hebrew, and in our common tongue, which is English. Let us light candles, Sham'at Salam, Shte Imahot, Shte Umot, Uvakasha Chat, one plea, Khususan Al-An, Fi Hadhihi Al-Ayam, during these days of so much crying, days sacred to our religions, في يوم الجمعة ومساء السبت بعرب شבת عرب يوم הכיפורים נדליק בכל בית נר לשלום שמעתun للسلام. Let us light a candle in every home for peace, a candle to illuminate our future, נר שמבקש פני אדם שמעתן تنتصر على الحدود, across borders beyond fear. من بيوت عائلاتنا وبيوت صلواتنا, מבתי המשפחות ומבתי התפילה שלנו, נאיר זה לזה. From our family homes and houses of worship, let us light each other up. والشموع تكون البروج إلى أرواحنا, והנרות יהיו מגדלור לרוחנו. These candles, may these candles be a lighthouse to our spirit until we all arrive at the sanctuary of peace, as-salam, as-shalom.
של שבת ויום טוב.
soul, awaken my soul. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul, awaken my soul. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul. And every time we fall again, we remind ourselves that we can mend. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul.
So it is a Friday night, and we are welcoming Shabbat, the second Shabbat of this new Jewish year. And it is the evening of Yom Kippur. For thousands of years, our ancestors have kept this night as the first night of coming to terms with who we are and who we want to be, where we have fallen short individually, collectively, and what is the work that needs to be done to get back on track. And for about 600 years, on this night, we have been praying this prayer called Kol Nidrei, all of our vows. And while there is a rich history as to where this comes from, here's what we know now. This prayer is an invitation for us to take responsibility for the words of our mouth, and the ones we type, and the ones we dictate to Siri. I don't know how many of you this past painful year have deleted a post that you put up, or thought very seriously about an email you sent that backfired, or had a really difficult conversation and lost a friend or two. This has been a year of words we should have said and words perhaps we should not have. Words that have weight that has worry. Words build worlds, and words can ruin and destroy worlds. So regardless of what we come with tonight, we come tonight to take responsibility of the words that are on our hearts. And we're not going to ask each other right now to start scrolling through our phone at every failed relationship and conversation this past difficult year. But I'm going to invite you, before we go into Kol Nidrei, which we will recite 3 times, as is the legal formula of annulling vows in our tradition. I'm going to invite you to think of one word that perhaps you regret saying, one promise you made that perhaps was not fulfilled, one note you sent or post you posted that hurt someone, or any way in which you take responsibility for a word that you created in the world that you want to annul and release, so we can have a clean slate, cleaner slate, and start this year a little lighter. Kol Nidrei will be recited 3 times, once musically, once all of us together, and Ben is going to sing us through the Aramaic words. We're Lab Shul. we try things anew. Some of this might feel familiar, some of this might not. Roll with us and find your own way of releasing what you need to release on this holy night. We're going to invite in just a moment some of the peacekeepers, the gatekeepers of our community that has such a big heart in holding so many different opinions. And so we've had a lot of conversations this year, and circles, and check-ins, and making sure that we hear each other through the hurt. And we're grateful for all of us who've shown up and keep showing up, despite the many differences, to be together and to raise us up. So I'm going to invite you, if you are able, at home or here, if you are able to rise in body or at least in spirit for this Kol Nidrei. And I want to invite our peacemakers and facilitators, Melissa and Sarah, Libby, Sam and Megan, to come up and help us open this ark and take out our Torah and hold it between you as you've held us this year, and we'll continue holding each other as we annul our vows, take responsibility for our words, and ready to begin again.
together. All vows, oaths,
and promises
which
we
we
made
to
to
our deepest source
and
to
others,
others,
but
but
were
were
not
not
able to fulfill from last Yom Kippur
to
to
this
this
Yom
Yom
Kippur.
Kippur. May all these vows, oaths, and promises be annulled.
May they be voided and of no effect.
May we be forgiven for them and released from them. May these vows not be considered vows. These oaths not be considered oaths.
And may these promises
not be considered promises.
Kol Nidrei ve'esarei ve'charamei ve'konamei ve'chinuyei ve'kinusei ושבו דרנה עד יום כיפורים זה עלינו לטובה, עלינו לטובה. חרדנה בהון כול הון יהון שרן שביקים שביתים בטלין ומבוטלים לשרירים ולקיימים נדרה נא נדרי ואסרנה לאסרי ושבוע
deep breath. And on your next out breath, let it all go. Null and void, we release. Let go.
Thank you to our peacemakers and peace holders for holding our Torah in us. Thank us all for releasing some of the words we need to release with as much calm as you can, and invite us to stay.
As we make our way in, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Ben. Thank you to this body of music makers. And I wonder, it's been a whole year since so many of us have heard that piece of music, and some of us have been hearing it all our lives, and some of us our very first time to hear it. And the music is always asking, do you think it's a stronger instinct to get lost or to get found? Do you think it's a stronger instinct to come face to face or to turn away? Here we're in our third year of reimagining Shiviti, Havaya, Lenegdi, Tamid. We're really focusing this year on the second half of that Lenegdi, Tamid, face to face. And here's what I've learned about Lenegdi, Tamid. I've learned that it's a practice to come face to face, and a very hard one. But being here together, awake to each other as much as we possibly can be face to face. Here I've been listening to again and again, what does that mean? Here's what I've learned. We are not a single note community. We are, each of us, every body here, every soul, like a single note. Sometimes bright, sometimes dim, sometimes more awake, sometimes less. And everyone here arrived tonight knowing deeply what you feel, what you think, what you are passionate about, what keeps you up at night, and what brings you comfort and rest, even when it's really hard to name. Each one of us, a single note, knows. And yet, we are not a single note community. So the wisdom of Lenegdi Tamid is simple. To get from the Lenegdi to the Tamid, from the Lenegdi, try saying that with me. It sounds like the pinball machine that is life. The Lenegdi, bumping into each other face to face. Try it. Lenegdi. From the Lenegdi face to face in all of the complexity to the Tamid, the infinite marathon, the timeless truth of foreverness. We really do gotta be our single notes. And we gotta be here together because that's our power. So without sounding too cheesy about it, we really do gotta be here, single notes in harmony. So together and only together in this collective body that moves through time and space can we move clean and heart-driven. So we are not here tonight to seek a perfect single note. We are here lenegedi tamid, dynamic, diverse awakeness to each other. I believe in us that we will find each other. So reach into your well until breath leads the way once again. And welcome. Welcome to this journey with us. Get lost. Get found. And let the soul awaken. We want to call you to prayer as we make our way in. And we rise once again in full body, each one of us a single note, together in spirit and body. Sing so that you can listen. Rise to the skies. And bend so that you can rise again. This is a bow to each other. Journey continues. You see, when we rise and we sit, we are closer and closer to doing it all together at once. Just watch. Leave my microphone. Just going down all at once. תמיד חי וקיים וקיים באל חי וקיים תמיד חי וקיים וקיים באל חי וקיים תמיד חי breath. Read with us. In the presence of the infinite, we watch with awe as today becomes tonight. Like a word exhale. Wisdom opens every gate. The change of seasons bring understanding. Time, space, and stars move with meaning and purpose. Notice the endless process of creation. Day becomes night, light rolls from darkness. Dawn rises again and again and again and again and again and again. Each change a manifestation of the soul of the universe. May we be guided now, as always, by living an eternal mystery. In the presence of the infinite, we are blessed by this and every evening.
וקיים תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה הוויה המאיר הערבי.
ואהבתך אל תסיר ממנו לעולמי, לעולמי הוויה, הבוחר בנו באהבה.
So those of you who've been with us for a while know that we are God optional, which means that we invite ourselves to choose our own adventure when it comes to how we imagine the mystery that is in every single one of us. And maybe the words we use are not exactly what gets you going, and you might be attached to the words that we've inherited from our parents and our ancestors. We've chosen Havaya as another way of allowing the divine to be present with us. Havaya is just another way to say existence. And the old Yahweh is familiar and beloved by some, and Adonai by others. Choose your own adventure. Life is life, and words are words. And we're going to recite the Shma right now, which invites you to close your eyes, and any word you choose is just an echo of eternity. And Yisrael, in this Hebraic bumper sticker, means the ones who wrestle with life. That's what Yisrael means. So wrestlers, let's listen to each other wrestle. Beyond the words, there is an invitation to be one.
היה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך, ושינתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
השכיבנו, הוויה אלוהינו, לשלום, והעמידנו לחיים, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך.
פרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ופרוס עלינו
that every single human that we know and the many that we don't have a roof over their head tonight. And if not a roof, then a sky of peace, of some kind of promise that we can go to sleep at night and wake up safe. And we can do our best that every single human on this planet has a roof over their head, a roof of peace that somehow we uphold together. So join us as we truly pray on this and every night for every human, for a roof of peace. Sukkot Shlomecha Ufros Aleinu Sukkot Shlomecha Ufros Aleinu
ותקננו בעצה טובה מלפניך והושיענו למען שמך והגן בעדנו והסר מעלינו אויב דבר וחרב ורעב ויגון והסר שטן מלפנינו ומאחרינו
Shaporei Sukhat Shalom Aleinu. Kol Amo Yisrael Ve'el Kol Yoshvei Tevel Yom Yerushalayim Ve'el
Amen. So this is what we do when we stand up for what we need. I'm inviting us into the Amidah, in which we're going to use some words that we inherited, but really what matters most is what you know that you need tonight. The Amidah is when we stand and face the sunrise and our hopes. So we're going to invoke our ancestors. And we invite you at home and here to stand, to rise, to really think of what you need tonight and this coming year, so we can be more present and more helpful and alive and well.
Shiviti Havaya Lenegdi
מסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דת מבינים, אפתחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים, לכלות ולחנן פני רוח מלכי המלכים ואדוני האדונים.
ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו, אלוהי אברהם, אלוהי יצחק ואלוהי יעקב, אלוהי שרה, אלוהי רבקה, אלוהי רחל, אלוהי לאה, אלוהי בלהה ואלוהי זלפה, האל הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל עליון, גומל החסדים הטובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות, ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם, למען שמו. ואברהם
ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה, אתה גיבור לעולם הוויה, מחיי כל חי אתה רב להושיע, מוריד הטעם, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיי כל חי ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ברוב וחולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו ישנה עמיך רוחמה גבולות, ומידו מלך רוח ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה, מי כמוך ברחמים, זוכר יצוריו לחיים ורחמים, ונאמן אתה להחיות מתים, ברוך אתה הוויה. מחיי כל החיים. Awaken my soul. Awaken my soul. Awaken my soul.
And every time we fall again, we remind ourselves that we can mend.
And we cause harm, we get hurt, we are broken, and so we learn.
We hurt our loved ones when we don't know. We wound the earth, and so we grow. Every time we fall again, we remind ourselves that we can mend. Awaken my soul, awaken my soul.
For the past 40 days, as a community, we've been prepenting, which was our annual way of taking 40 days from A to Z of listing ways in which we've caused harm. And many of you joined us in creating these daily intentions. The last few days, we focused not on the ways we hurt, but in the ways we love. But this A to Z is just a suggestion. We are here tonight to use these different verbal suggestions so when we look in the mirror later tonight or right now into our heart, we know what we need to fix. We're going to use this A to Z just as a way to awaken our soul and give us some cues. We're going to chant this one together that we're so grateful to have borrowed and learned from our friends at Not Free to Desist. Let's say this together. We have been apathetic, bystanders, complicit. We desisted too easily, evaded responsibility, and forgot where we came from. The generations who fought to bring us here. Here. We cannot stop here. We saw injustice and we joked about it. We saw killing and looked the other way, made excuses, naivete, our own obstacles, and in the face of prejudice, we were quiet. We rested in comfort instead of standing up for others. We took advantage, undermined our values. We waited and wondered while xenophobia spread year after year like zombies.
Eloheinu, Elohei Avotenu v'Imotenu, tavod lefanecha
Good massage can't hurt.
We are accountable. We bystand. We corrupt. We are in denial.
We erode empathy. We effed up. We are greedy. We hate. We are indifferent.
We justify injustice. We kill. Our laughter hurts. We are mean-spirited. We name call. Sararnu.
We are out of control.
Avinu.
We privilege our power.
Pashanu.
We are quiet instead of questioning.
Sararnu.
We rage.
Kishinu oref.
We are stubborn.
We toxify. We usurp. We are violent. We wrong. We exploit. Yikes. We are zealots.
With open hearts, we turn to you. Oh, you never help me see this change through.
So what's the difference between a Jewish pessimist and a Jewish optimist? Don't stop me if you know this one. The pessimist says it can't possibly get any worse than this. And the optimist says, of course it can. Okay. While not reserved for Jews, this classic joke seems quite appropriate right now. Perhaps it echoes Viktor Frankl's famous statement about tragic optimism. Earlier this week, at one of the really moving memorial vigils held on October 7th, that I had the privilege of attending with many of you, I heard Brad Lander, a friend and a mayoral hopeful, quoted this joke that he overheard on Rosh Hashanah, so I'm recycling with his permission. On this day of atonement on Yom Kippur, as we gather on what is our holy of holiest nights of the year, with maximum attendance, security, and solemnity, I wonder, is there even room for humor in the middle of this human horror? Can joy, can jokes be included in the list of what will help us lift each other up from this pile of rubble we are in? This rubble includes the daily deaths of Israelis, Palestinians, now Lebanese and Syrian, many others, many innocent civilians, children. Millions uprooted, displaced, tens of thousands wounded, body and soul, hostages still held with no deal in sight, starvation and disease, the erosion of empathy, the entire A to Z list that we just went through, and more. Hatred and violence everywhere. We are in a humanitarian crisis, not only in Gaza, but everywhere where inhumane acts of despair and rage divide us across generational, ethnic, religious, and political lines, as polarization rips us apart. One terrible year into this growing global trauma, and so many years into this conflict that will take generations to heal. So is there room for humor during a humanitarian crisis? Is it okay to laugh at anything when a hurricane rips through homes, humiliating our human hubris? This evening, as we gather to atone together and to try and open up a new page in our book of life, a better page, a better book, I want to talk about the power of laughter, about the justification for joy, and why sometimes, even during tough times, it is the perspective that humor can give us that will help us heal and not lose hope. Comedy is not always welcome, not always good. Bad jokes, I've got some, at the wrong time, despite good intentions, can really hurt, not just bomb. Vicious, cruel, and harmful humor often hides much deeper layers of contempt, better kept on mute. Reinhold Niebuhr, the 20th century Christian theologian and political activist, wrote this in the late 1940s. Laughter must be heard in the outer courts of religion, but there is no laughter in the Holy of Holies. There, laughter is swallowed up in prayer and humor is fulfilled by faith. If we persist in laughter when dealing with a final problem of human existence, when we turn life into a comedy, we also reduce it to meaninglessness. Any one of us who has experienced grief, who knows what it is like to be a mourner, can deeply relate to Niebuhr's words. There is no laughter in the Holy of Holies. The Holy of Holies is the innermost chamber of our intimacy and yearning. It is where and how we close our eyes to weep and hurt, face to face with life and death beyond our power. There is a time and place for utter grief. And yet, I want to share tonight a Jewish story about laughter in the Holy of Holies. A story that has a holy task to help us find a way to stretch our smiles, to see beyond the sorrows of this moment, somehow to reimagine better, to repair and to rebuild, and somehow, yes, to laugh. The story is about a rabbi who laughed at a terrible moment of national trauma. A story about how we can still maintain our sense of humanity during tragic times, and about the ways laughter and joy, just like tears, have an existential purpose. The story is found in the Babylonian Talmud. It's about 4 famous rabbis who show up at ground zero in the aftermath of the worst case scenario of their lifetime. Rabban Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Joshua, and Rabbi Akiva went to Jerusalem. When they arrived at Mount Scopus, they rent their garments as a sign of mourning. When they arrived at the Temple Mount, they saw a fox that emerged from the Holy of Holies. They began weeping, but Rabbi Akiva was laughing. They said to him, "Why are you laughing?" He asked them, "Why are you weeping?" Whether this story is fact or fiction, it depicts a response to massive trauma, to the rubble and ruin of Jewish civilization as they knew it roughly 2,000 years ago. These 4 rabbis, you may recall some of their names from the Passover Haggadah, likely lived 1 generation after the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans in the year 70 CE. By the time Jerusalem is known as Ilia Capitolina, it's a Roman town, no Jews allowed. Where the temple stood, where God lived, there is rubble. At some point, it will become a Roman temple to Jupiter, later a church, and then the mosque that now exists with a beautiful golden dome. But when these 4 people, men, stand on that mountain, all they see is rubble. Where once the high priest would enter on this holy day for just a moment, and nobody else was allowed, now that place is home to wild animals. And so 3 of those rabbis weep, but one of them laughs. Why is he laughing? So I'm going to paraphrase the rest of the Talmudic text. But the rabbis say, this is the place where nobody was allowed to enter, ever, the cost of death. And now wild animals are roaming in the rubble of our sacred. Of course we are weeping. But Rabbi Akiva says, okay, I hear you. That's why I'm laughing. And he cites the prophet Isaiah, who lived 700 years before him. and Isaiah, Yeshayahu lived in Jerusalem and preached for them to get their act together before it is too late. And Isaiah said, I bring to you Zechariah and Uriah, other prophets, and I promise to you that there will be an end. So Rakiva says, Uriah prophesied that Jerusalem will become a leveled field of rubble with foxes in the wild, and now I see it happen. But then came Zechariah, who said, in the future, old people will sit in peace in the streets of Jerusalem. And so I'm laughing because if this happened, that's going to happen. I am laughing into the future. And the rabbi said to him, Akiva nichamtanu, you have given us some consolation in the middle of this rubble we are in. In the face of rubble and ruin, Rabbi Akiva imagines the future and laughs. The prophetic visions that have given voice to the worst fears also give room to our wildest dreams of repair. 3 rabbis weep and 1 rabbi laughs. These are the stories that we can take as we respond to trauma. They exist inside of us. We might not be laughing right when it's happening, but when it's right, we must. There are these voices inside every single one of us. Perhaps that is the ratio, 3-to-1. The utter grief for the present state of devastation that demands of us to cry and mourn and to protest and to denounce and to help out in all ways possible. But then the other voice, the small, still voice that is future-focused. And that's the courage that can see ahead and laugh. What is his secret? Why is Akiva laughing? How can he, in the face of rubble? He was a complex character, and I'm not going to get into that about him. Just use one quote about him that might be helpful here. There was a famous debate about the completion of the Bible. Which books will enter the canon? Most of the rabbis refused to include the Song of Songs, Shir HaShirim, which is the most erotic and sensual R to X-rated book in the Bible. Super sexy dialogues between him and her. They're flirting. It might be an allegory for our yearning for union, but most rabbis resisted the book's charms. Not in the Bible. But Rabbi Akiva insisted, and it was his weight that is responsible for us having this juicy text in our Bible and our lives. And Rabbi Akiva said, the entire world ain't worthy as the day on which we got the Song of Songs, because the whole Bible is holy, but the Song of Songs, holy of holies. Get it in. And they did. Rabbi Akiva believed in love. Rabbi Akiva believed in the intimate power of the relational, eye-to-eye, face-to-face love. That is what the Song of Songs is about, and that is what the Holy of Holies was about. Inside that black box, long gone, where nobody would enter except the high priest on this day, Yom Kippur, to reignite the history. Inside that black box was the control room of our existence. And the only image in that chamber were these 2 creatures called cherubim, that looked each other face to face, eye to eye, always. And in between their face to face and eye to eye is where the source of life and love existed. So when the rabbis weep, they weep because the holy hotspot is not present anymore. Now, how will we know intimacy and be connected to the mystery beyond the here and now? But Akiva felt the loss and saw the fox emerging out of the holy rubble, saw beyond the fox. He saw and he believed in the power of love to persist, and laughed for the future when once again we will see one another face to face and eye to eye, each other's source of life and love. Akiva imagined a relational future in which we are all able to transform our trauma into respect and love for every sacred life, for every single form of human sovereignty. When we see each other's humanity eye to eye, that's when he laughs. Akiva is an optimist warrior of joy despite the circumstances. His joy is an act of political and theological resistance. His laughter is a strategy. It is what helped his generation rise from the rubble and reimagine post-temple Judaism, and it's this persistent on joy, on reimagination, that brought us through many crises here and now. Joy is one of the critical strategies that will help us, this generation, respond to our crises and rise from this rubble. The leaders we need, religious and political, artists and visionaries, teachers and healers, must help us once again find ways to come face to face, eye to eye with each other, with each other's humanity, with each other's humor, with each other's hurt, and with each other's hope. It is an honor to have with us tonight a few passionate leaders who are doing that work. Maoz and Aziz, who are here tonight and will join us on the stage in a moment. I've seen you cry. I've heard you laugh. Rabbi Dalia, who's here, and so many of us who this past year have risen to the challenge of face-to-face and eye-to-eye, despite the difficulties. Joy can be perhaps our strategy. It's not enough to solve this mess, but it's a must-have tool in our human lifeline. In a recent article, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, author, pastor, and professor of African American and Diaspora Studies, wrote this about Vice President Kamala Harris, dubbed by her husband, Doug Emhoff, a joyful warrior. Her laughter, Dyson writes, is not a silly joy, but a sober joy, one that derives from confronting bullets, bullies, and ballots with a determination to forge ahead to the future in the belief that the universe smiles on our every step. In the face of adversity, supremacy, extremist and fundamentalist viewpoints that threaten to dominate our lives, with disregard to human dignity and freedom and justice, joy is a response to terror. Laughter through the tears can pave the path to a better future, face to face, with trust. That is what we need in this country. And we must work hard to ensure our better futures, starting with every single way we each show up for this coming election. And although I cannot and will not endorse a candidate, I think it's fair to say that only joy will get us where we need and get us what we want. Courageous joy, focused leadership, face-to-face towards sustainable solutions, and courage is what's urgently needed for Israelis and for Palestinians and for the entire region and the world right now. Vivian Silver, of blessed memory, a beloved peacemaker, brutally murdered on October 7th in her home, left us this legacy of face-to-face reconciliation. I believe, she said, in the right of the Jewish people to have a state, as long as we give the same right to the Palestinian people. This could be such a haven to both our people here. And Vivian loved to laugh. So while there is no laughter in the Holy of Holies, and it is too soon perhaps for humor to be a driving force of how we live our lives as this conflict continues to sow so much sorrow, it is on us to remember the words and laughter of Akiva and the legacy of Vivian, and to hold on to the helpful perspectives that defy despair and help us resist and repair and rise up, led by joyful warriors. And I want to conclude with a blessing of gratitude and love to another great woman. And I'm sure she'll be surprised and deny it, but she's a joyful warrior. My mother Joan turns 95 tonight on Yom Kippur. And she is living as the prophet promised in ripe old age in Jerusalem. When she moved to Israel from London in 1951, an enthusiastic, young, and hopeful social worker wanting to build a new reality and a new country, her mother gave her a small book of Psalms that has been in the family. When I moved here back in 1997, she gave me this book with an inscription. When I traveled back to Jerusalem this past October to be with her, with family and friends, I brought it with for her to use. We filmed a video together in which she read from it a message of encouragement and hope to her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, mostly in Israel, a few here in the US. And she read from her favorite psalm, Hazorim b'dim'a b'rinai k'tzoru. We who sow in tears will reap with joy. So mazal tov, Ima, when you'll be watching this. May this be so. May we reap with joy. May peace prevail. May we laugh through the tears and do the hard work, sow seeds of trust, so that joy and justice help us heal and laugh and hope. May our fates be sealed in the book of life and peace. Umar Chatima Tova. We're going to open the ark for one last big prayer before we wrap tonight and invite Maoz and Aziz to give us the vision for the future we need. We're so grateful you're here. I want to invite my neighbors and friends and pillars of our community, Jen and John Ross and Jamie's, probably with you in your heart right now. Join us to open the ark, and I invite you, if you are able to and like, to rise for Avinu Malkeinu.
In the arms of the mother, the great mother, in the arms of the mother, I lay
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to be standing up in front of you. My name is Melissa Shaw, and I am a partner, longtime community member of Lab Shul, educator, and artist. And I'm just up here to say a few words. First off, plain and simple, I would not know what it was to be Jewish without Lab Shul. I wouldn't. Shout out Annie Levy for bringing me aboard. Without this thoughtful, boisterous band of artists, change makers, spiritual revolutionaries, and leaders, I don't think that I would have learned how to bless wine, wrestle with text, or feel the vital thrum of standing in front of the closing gate, asking for one more year, one more shot at making it all count. I found these folks as a person in my mid-20s, searching for a relationship with the divine, searching for connection, and with all that is, face to face forever now. That is a little plug for our theme. I was raised by Jewish women, and although they had a great love for their Jewish identity, I was brought up without the practice of ritual or liturgy, and Lab Shul gave me that and continues to. When my mother died, very suddenly, when I was 33, it was Lab Shul that sprung into action to help me. To hold Shiva, think through funeral arrangements, and begin to rebuild my psyche. I had no idea what to do. Thank goodness the Lab Shul community did. Since October 7th, I've had the good fortune to be able to hold space to support the untangling of our complicated feelings. The shock, the sorrow, the anger, the numbness. All of that this last year has wrought. At our community retreat in December, in those painful first weeks, I was tasked with opening up a space for the community to hold dialogue, to say the difficult things out loud, to hear the difficult things out loud. We cried, we told our truths. There's a lot of you in this room that were here, were there with us. We sat in circle, listening. We sat in circle, calling each other to more understanding. And we witnessed, we witnessed, we witnessed. I saw very quickly, of course Lab Shul can do this. And I believe that this community knows exactly how to show up for one another and continues to do so, and I think actually always will. So, something I have learned upon my journey as being an interfaith minister, that Derek of finding that spiritual self, being a facilitator, I understand that to love you as I love myself, I must see your pain and honor it as I honor my own. And we all have that in us to do. So through the last year, Lab Shul has honored the very wide spectrum of all of our Jewishness, holding every possible viewpoint, because every single viewpoint exists in this community, exists in this room. And here in our everybody-friendly, God-optional, artist-driven community, all of those perspectives are welcome. And this place and its big tent can hold you. Yes, you too. So in keeping with this work that we have done all year of sitting and listening and wrestling and hearing all of the diverse perspectives, striving towards peace, immediately after tonight's ritual, we will hear from two extraordinary peacemakers, Aziz and Ma'uz, who have since October 7th, they have appeared on various international forums, calling on people everywhere to join in supporting a shared future of peace. And this program is just one of the many that Lab Shul has offered in these times and will continue to offer. But we need you. I'm sure you know that's why I was charged to come up here. I'm here to make an ask. I want to say, take a second and just picture what your life would be like without Lab Shul. I shake at the thought. Think about where that void might be. Where would you even be tonight? And I'm going to ask for a show of hands. Is there anyone for whom Lab Shul has been a buoy in the sea of turmoil, from a personal need to COVID or to this current crisis? Can I just see a raise hands here? Yeah, that's a lot of us. And I know it is very true for me too. And how about anybody find that something that Rabbi Amichai has said or any of our leaders has posted has spoken to your soul at this time? Yeah, me too. Thank goodness. Keep posting. So that's it. Lab Shul needs our support, and especially now, so that we can continue doing this work, for us to help us meet our needs with programs like this, what we're about to see after we are done with the ritual. And please, I want to ask, give whatever you can, and truly every dollar helps. And here are some ways that you can donate here. And again, it doesn't have to be right this second. It doesn't have to be tonight, although there is a QR code, I'm just going to say. But after tomorrow, just think about what can you give in terms of how much folks are getting out of our high holiday services. These 2 evenings, this entire time, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, has actually cost over $200,000, to which Lab Shul doesn't make any profit. And I can tell you that this community, it gives back. It gives back tenfold. And I speak from experience. So become a partner, share your resources with us, and please come and continue to sit with us in all of our holy, broken, searching, and loving ways. Change starts from the ground up, as we will hear from Aziz and Maoz. So what you plant grows, and I hope that you will seed with us today, this year, and into Lab Shul's future, our collective future. We need us. I'll be here. I hope you will too.
Thank you, Melissa. Do it. Okay, let's see how we do.
It's on us. It's on us to protect a woman's right to choose. My name is Theodora Newton, and I am part of the Lab Shul community as a B Mitzvah student. My Torah portion is the section where we first meet Rebecca. In this story, Rebecca is faced with making a big decision about her future. While Rebecca's choice was not about her body, it was an irreversible one that would define her future. What we learn throughout the chapter is that only Rebecca could make that choice. Thousands of years later, we are still questioning if women should be allowed to make their own choices. Some are questioning if others can make decisions about our bodies that are better for us than the decisions we can make for ourselves. I believe we lose our basic human rights when we are no longer in control of our bodies. NIAF, the New York Abortion Access Fund, is the only fund of its kind in New York State. NIAF gives people seeking reproductive health care resources regardless of location or means. They run a helpline that provides the financial and emotional support required to access a safe abortion. When we have the privilege of having control over our own bodies, it is on us to get up and fight for others to have the same fundamental freedom. I am calling on you to help NIAF by visiting their website, donating, helping fundraise, and volunteering if you can. If you don't live in New York and would like to contribute locally, you can visit the National Network of Abortion Funds homepage to determine your local organization. With so much question surrounding the future of reproductive rights, I am hoping you will help this cause. for my future as a young woman, and the futures of anyone in America with reproductive organs. Aleinu, it's on us.
Thank you to these remarkable young leaders of our community and the future. If you're just joining us online, we are running a couple minutes late for Maoz and Aziz. That's how we roll at Lab Shul. Apologies. We're going to take a couple moments now to stand and honor those who are with us in spirit, our Kadish. Then we're going to do a couple of announcements, and there is one more peacemaker with us tonight, a tireless troubadour of hope. David Broza is going to wrap us up before we invite Rabbi Dalia up and Maoz and Aziz to lead us, so please don't leave. And we're going to take this moment now. Please take a breath and let us honor every loss that we are holding in our heart. If there are people who you've lost this past year close to you, or if on this night you remember loved ones no longer here, and we're taking this moment now to honor with Kadish every soul that perished during this past awful year, as we recite this Aramaic prayer, which is an invitation to stand in the face of mystery and pray for peace.
ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא תברח חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחיי נכון וביום נכון ובחיי כל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ועמו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם עולמי עלמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי קדושה ברכו, לעילה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירן בעלמה ועמו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ועמו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל. May the source of peace inspire us to make peace, be peace with us and everybody on this earth. And let us say, Amen. And so I invite you to sit down for one more time. Sarah Sokalik is joining us. Announcements and what's happening tomorrow.
Shana Tova and Shabbat Shalom. As you heard, I'm Sarah Sokalik, Lab Shul's co-founder and executive director. Thank you. It goes without saying that this has been the most challenging year I've experienced in my 20-year career as a Jewish communal leader. It goes without saying that it's been the most challenging year for so many of us as part of the global Jewish community. There are so many moments when it was unclear what would become of our beloved, God-optional, everybody-friendly community. In the wake of October 7th and the polarization that ensued and continues to divide us. But in each moment of uncertainty, here at Lab Shul, we reverted back and leaned into our mission as a laboratory for sacred gatherings. We reaffirmed our values, saying, Hinenu. We are responsible to and present for one another. for our community, and for this world. And we dug deep down into the bottom of our hearts to practice re-love, asking ourselves how we can commit and recommit to lead with our hearts. And we practiced humor too, didn't we? It's one of our 9 values also. As a result, Lab Shul, we've grown stronger and more resilient day by day, minute by minute sometimes, week by week, month by month. And now, a year later, all I can say is that it's been incredibly difficult and 100% worth it. And I'm so grateful, and I do not take for granted at all that we are here today as a community. So thank you for being here with us. There are so many people we need to thank for enabling us to be here at this point. First, deep gratitude to our musical composers, whose compositions resonate deeply within us, not just tonight, but through the entire year. To our educators and artists who transform our thoughts and our feelings and our written ideas into tangible experiences in all of our ritual spaces. To our production team for their commitment and diligence and for working tirelessly behind the curtain. They are the true pillars of these days of awe. To our volunteers who selflessly invest their energy and resources to ensure that these days come to life with immense love and precision. And to our board of directors and our year-round teams and task forces who keep Lab Shul thriving day to day, month to month, and really minute by minute sometimes too. We value everyone's dedication and persistence, enabling us to be here and to thrive. Thank you. So here's what's coming next. We all know Maoz and Aziz will be joining us on stage after we clear a little bit. Please stay, and if there is space, you can move down to the seats to be closer. The schedule for Yom Kippur Day tomorrow is on our website. You can see it on the QR code. We have children's programs in the morning. We start at 9. We have programming all through the afternoon, something for everyone. Please check the schedule. We'll be here all day. The whole space will be open to us. So if it's far to go home and you want to stay, please do. There's still room for our breakfast, so if you'd like to register for that online, you can. It's going to be right here in the courtyard, which will be very convenient and hopefully very delicious and lovely. And believe it or not, Sukkot, Simchat Torah are coming up, so you'll find more information about what's coming up on our website, about those programs. And all year long, we'll be doing our monthly Sabbath Queens. Our first one will be November 1st in Brooklyn. It'll be we'll be partnering with UJA Federation of New York for Shabbat of Welcome, bringing in everyone who needs community, and we know there's been a surge of people who need community right now, so please join us. We'll be doing some special programming to really practice our face-to-face, eye-to-eye theme. And you'll have an opportunity to learn with us, kids and adults, with Rabbi Amichai and with Shira all year long, with Family Lab and Learning Lab and Raising the Bar, and with Aleph Bet with Rabbi Amichai. And then finally, I'm excited to announce, thank you, Sandy, wherever you are. We will have a special screening for the Lab Shul community of the Sabbath Queen documentary at IFC in the West Village. It's either going to be Saturday, November 23rd, or Sunday, November 24th. And you'll hear more information. And this is for Lab Shul partners. So this is one of the benefits of investing in our community year-round. So stay tuned for more information about this amazing documentary about our amazing visionary leader. And I'm going to end with a couple of housekeeping. God optional is in the details. There were some lost items on Rosh Hashanah, so I do want to say there was a beloved lost embroidered talit bag. So if anyone picked it up by accident and went home with it, please find someone that we can give it back to its rightful owner. There was a bracelet with a moon-shaped charm and a children's book about microbes. And these are beloved objects to people. And so I want to just make sure they get back to their rightful owners. I'm so grateful to be here with you. I'm looking forward to being together tomorrow. Thank you, and Shana Tova, Shabbat Shalom.
Shana Tova. Thank you, Sarah. We're going to invite David Brose up to this stage. He's been with us for so many years. David, you are a friend, a master. I want to say that earlier this year, in one of the many free gigs that David did for everybody on the forefront of this terrible year, my nephew, who was displaced with his family from their kibbutz on the south, were in another place in a hotel, and David showed up to play. And I think that was November, December, who the hell remembers? But welcome back, brother. You're going to let us end this beautiful ritual with the words of liturgy that you've made into a household prayer. And with that, friends, thank you for joining us for this Kol Nidrei. After David's beautiful anthem to hope, we're going to invite you to stay. If you're leaving, please do so quietly. We're going to take a couple of minutes to reorganize, invite Maoz and Aziz to come on stage and get set up so we can hear with you the vision for the future. And folks at home, please stay with us. And if you're just joining, welcome. It's going to be all right. Because you said so.
Okay. This song is seen a lot. Song has been part of my journey for a good 47 years now. But this past year has been, I want to say, unbearable, perhaps the most challenging. But while listening to Rabbi Amichai and the parable of Rabbi Akiva, this song has been part of laughter and singing since October 7th. Not only once a day, but sometimes 3, 4, and 5 times a day, as I would perform, and I performed in every possible corner, for every possible congregation, community, battalion, just any place where I could sing. And Rabbi Akiva was right. You have to laugh, you have to sing, and if there's something that opened my eyes and my heart, is being able to sing along every day, several times a day, with communities and with people in Israel, and even here throughout my tours in the United States, gathering communities together. And I just want to commend also Lab Shul, as I feel I'm part of this community, as I've been coming and attending services for a good number of years. This year, more than any, it's evident how meaningful and important it is to be part of a community, to know you have a community, you are a community. So, Yishar Koach to Lab Shul, and things will be better. יהיה טוב. אני מביט מהחלום, זה עושה לי די עצוב. האביב חלף עבר, מי יודע אם ישוב. הליצן היה למלך, הנביא נהיה ליצן, ושכחתי את הדרך, אבל אני עוד כאן, ויהיה טוב, יהיה טוב, כן. לפעמים אני נשבר, אז הלילה, או הלילה, איתך אני נשאר. ילדים לובשים כנפיים ועפים אל הצבא, ואחרי שנתיים הם חוזרים ללא תשובה. אנשים חיים במתח, מחפשים סיבה לנשום, ובין שנאה לרצח מדברים על השלום. ויהיה טוב, יהיה טוב, כן. לפעמים אני נשבר, אז הלילה, או הלילה, איתך אני נשאר. כן, שם למעלה, בשמיים, עננים לומדים לעוף, ואני מביט למעלה, ורואה מטוס חטוף, ממשלה של גנרלים, מחלקת את הנוף, לשלהם ולשלנו, מתי נראה את הסוף? הנה בא נשיא מצרים, איך שמחתי לקראתו, פירמיד בעיניים, ושלום במקטרתו, ואמרנו היי בוא נשלימה ונחיה כמו אחים, ואז הוא אמר קדימה, רק תצאו מהשטחים, ויהיה טוב, או יהיה טוב, כן, לפעמים אני נשבר, אז הלילה, או הלילה, איתך אני נשאר. This song has extended itself to over 47 verses, besides the 4 that I just sang. And it is the Day of Atonement, and we said 25 hours, as Rabbi Amichai said, so I don't want it to be extended to beyond that. So I'll stick to the original, but yes, the song was written on literally the night when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt arrived in Israel for the first time, thus starting the euphoric, miraculous road to peace. And my friend, the late Yonatan Geffen, wrote it in poem, and I set it to music. But the first and original closing verse says, I'm looking out the window to see if all this is real. לראות אם כל זה אמיתי. I'm looking out the window and I'm reciting and mumbling my prayer, ממלמל את תפילתי, that we shall live, the wolf and the lamb together. But until that moment, keep your hand in mine. Don't let go, because things will be better. אני מביט מהחלון, לראות אם כל זה אמיתי. אני מביט מהחלון וממלמל את תפילתי. עוד נגור זאב עם כבש ונמר ירבץ עם גדי, אך בינתיים אל תוציאי את ידך מכף ידי. And everybody, כי יהיה טוב, יהיה טוב, כן. לפעמים אני נשבר, אז הלילה, או הלילה, איתך אני נשאר, ויהיה טוב, יהיה טוב, כן. לפעמים אני נשבר, אז הלילה, הלילה, איתך אני נשאר. And just to complete this, please let's recite together and sing together this refrain, יהיה טוב, כן. Try to say יהיה טוב, and I'll sing it. יהיה טוב, כן. יהיה טוב. Come on, louder. יהיה טוב. You gotta believe it. Come on, yeah. יהיה טוב. יהיה טוב. Oh, yeah. יהיה טוב. Go on. יהיה טוב. מגיע יום חדש. כן, 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 כן. יהיה טוב!
Maestro. שנה טובה. שנה טובה. רבה. Okay. Let's get organized. Wow. Sing. Hey, tech team. Hello, 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 hello. Friends, I'm so glad so many of us have stayed, and folks online, thank you for your patience. I'm going to invite us all to please find our seats, come as close as you can. We're going to have a short Q&A afterwards with Aziz and Maoz. So friends, if you are still conversing, please do so in the hallway. Hugs are encouraged, but we want to begin. So please come join us. We're starting right now. Thank you. John, please sit. I'm going to start naming you by name because I know many of you. So, in just a moment, we're going to invite Rabbi Dalia here to give us a grounding into this extraordinary moment we're in. When we chose the theme, Face to Face, for this year, it was still July of last summer. And we quickly realized as the months turned into agonizing long months that face to face is exactly the conversation we need to have this year. And so we had the honor of meeting Maoz and Aziz, along with many other peacemakers who are doing the work. Those of you who are with us for Rosh Hashanah met Marwa, Amira, Dorit, and Shira, the women of vision, who sang and prayed with us. And I'm glad that Marwa is with us tonight. And I really want, before I invite Rabbi Dalia, who, as my partner in Rabbis for Human Rights, is doing so much holy work on the ground in Israel and Palestine, and is here with us tonight to ground us in song. I want to really thank my dear, dear friend, Libby Linkinski, who is not only an amazing lab shul and helped us open the Ark tonight as a peacemaker, but is also wearing the double hats tonight of representing the New Israel Fund, that is a proud sponsor of tonight's program, and also Albi, the new exciting fund that makes sure that we make peace happen through arts, through culture, through all the ways in which we open our hearts. Libby, thank you. Thank you for Albi. Thank you for the NIF. Thank you for everything and all you are. Dear sister. So I want to invite Talia up here, and then we'll have Maoz and Aziz and open for tonight's conversation. Thank you for staying with us. Talia.
So moved to be here.
Just bringing a short prayer to King David. למען אחי ורעי, למען אחי ורעי, אדברנה, אדברנה, שלום בך, لأجل إخواتي وأصحابي، لأجل إخواتي وأصحابي، لا عدوان لا عدوان لك بسلام، لأجل بيت الرب إلهنا ألتمس لك خيرا، من بيت أدوني إلهينا أبكش טוב לך, למען בית אדוני brothers and friends, for all those who seek good, for all those who bless each other with peace, for all those who find brotherhood in languages, bringing Arabic and Hebrew together in a shared sacred space. למען אחי ורעי, למען אחי ורעי, אדברנה, אדברנה, שלום בא, لأجل إخواتي وأصحابي, لأجل إخواتي وأصحابي, لا عدوان لا عدوان لك بسلام.
Dalia is going to be joining us tomorrow morning right here at 9 a.m. as we are starting the day together. Dalia and I will lead the first part of the day and will be with us all day till we break the fast at Neila, 6:30 p.m.-ish. But I want to invite Maoz and Aziz. I hope you got these postcards when you walked in. If not, make sure you take one on your way out. We'll talk more about what they are in a moment. But now, please join me in welcoming Maoz Inon and Aziz Abusara to the stage.
Hi everyone. It's okay? You can hear me? Yeah, great. Okay. Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay,
Yeah.
that's enough. You could hear me for 9 hours flight. We took just this noon from Switzerland here, and we're still sitting next to each other.
I did take a shower. It helped.
Thank you, Izar. He took a shower. Um, so I lost my parents. I lost both my parents just last year on October 7th. And I won Aziz. And I won so many brothers and sisters, Israelis, Palestinians, from all over the world. I won you. I won you. I won this moment that I'm able to be part of your community. It's a huge winning. It's a huge winning. And I want so many lessons and knowledge that we will try to share with you in the next 45, 60 minutes, and I hope there will be time also for some questioning and open discussion. And everything that was going on in the last 2 hours on this stage with you, with this beautiful community, is echoing and resonancing in so many levels that I cannot even start to explain. But I will start to say first with the amazing mandala of Eitan Kedmi. Eitan was my mom, Bila, mandala master. Eitan was my neighbor in Binyamina. When we moved to Binyamina in 2006, Eitan was our neighbor, and that's how my mom met him. And that's why and how she started painting mandala. And when I saw the invitation, when Amichai sent me the invitation for the New Year, the Shana Tova, and I recognized the Eitan works. So I was really very much. It was very powerful and meaningful for me. And also later there are many mandalas, posters of this mandala that we'll speak about it later. This is the only mandala my mom gave me. From the 1,000 she painted, I received only this one, and it's I'm probably not gonna get any more. All our dreams, כל החלומות שלנו יכולים להתגשם אם יהיה לנו האומץ לרדוף אחריהם. All our dreams can be fulfilled if we have the courage to chase them. And in order to fulfill our dreams, we must have partners. And I could not choose or find a better and a more courageous and amazing partner than Aziz. So Aziz, I think it's the first act for tonight.
Well, thank you for inviting me. This is my first Yom Kippur temple experience, I guess, or Shul experience, and it was incredible. I was thinking halfway through, if I lived in New York City, I'd probably come here quite often. So the music was amazing, the message was incredible, and yeah, I'm just glad to be here with you today, the two of us, and like Maoz, I also lost my brother in the first Intifada. And unlike Maoz, it took me 8 years to get to where I am today. It took me 8 years to move past wanting revenge, wanting to make those who killed my brother pay the price. And only 8 years later, I got to a point where I realized how important it is to move past bitterness, the desire for revenge, hate, all these things. And those are all very natural, normal feelings. I think denying that they exist is unrealistic. So we'll talk also a little bit about that, but since then I've been working and finding ways to bring Israelis and Palestinians together, other people in other conflict zones also together. And in the last year when Maoz's parents were killed, I reached out to him because I felt it's important to do so, to just say, I'm sorry, want to offer condolences, I care, I love you. And I honestly didn't expect a response back, but immediately I got a response back. Within a few weeks we were talking, and then a couple weeks after we were doing stuff together. And that's how this friendship, relationship started. But I wanted to start with something we've heard a few times today, is that power of empathy, which I think in the last year feels that it's been lost on so many people. The power of saying, I care about you. The power of saying, I'm not gonna check your religion, your ethnicity, your color, your nationality before I decide if I care about you or not. And doing it regardless of who the perpetrators and who the victims are. And that's how our relationship really started. We've met before for a few minutes, but really got to know each other through me first reaching out, but also Maoz's response saying, and this was, like I said, just recently, days, weeks after his parents were killed, one of his first responses to me was, I'm not only crying for my parents, I'm also crying for every child that is being killed in Gaza. And to have that power of empathy coming from both sides is really how we became friends.
Yeah, and at the beginning, and I was interviewed basically just after we ended the Shiva. I started a series of interviews and public speaking. And at the beginning, I would usually open by saying that nothing can prepare you. Nothing can prepare you, or anyone here in this beautiful hall. Nothing can prepare you to losing both your parents so many of your childhood friends, their parents, their children that will be killed or kidnapped to Gaza. How can you be prepared? By then, I think in December, I realized that all my life was just a preparation to know exactly what to say, what to do, and how to act, and not just me, but my siblings, when this tragedy will happen. And ironically, and it's very sad, and sadly, we were prepared by our parents. Our parents prepared us for this moment. And I share with you the mandala of my mom, and I will show you some stories of my father. And please, if I forget, at the end, I have in this bottle the formula how we're going to make peace by 2030. Don't laugh. This is serious. That's the serious part, okay? In this bottle, there is the formula how we're going to make peace by 2030. So if I forget, remind me. I need only a minute. I need only a minute to explain that. So 3 days after October 7th, my young brother, Magen, asked the family. Every morning of the Shiva, we started just the 5 siblings. Then so many people came, and in the evening with our partners and grandchildren. So the second day of the Shiva, my young brother asked the family to send a universal message that we are seeking no revenge. That no matter what, we don't want to revenge the death of our parents, because it's not going to bring them back to life, and that it will only escalate the cycle of death, of bloodshed, of fear and hate that has been going on for a century. And that same night, I had a dream, and I will share it with you. And Dalia, you're still here? Yeah, Dalia, thank you. So I was thinking maybe I won't, but Dalia encouraged me to share it. In my dream, I could see all of you. I could see the entire humanity, and we were all crying. We were all crying, and our bodies were wounded from the war. They were broken, they were burned. And at the ground, you could not see anything, you could see only blood. And we were all crying. And as our tears started going down our face and down to our bodies, and we kept crying, and our tears washed our bodies and healed them and cured our bodies. And then our bodies become, it was one piece. We were whole again and healthy. And we kept crying, and our tears went from our bodies. After healing, our bodies went down to the ground and start washing the blood from the ground. And as we cried, the ground started being purified and clean and shining and beautiful. And then on this amazing ground, I could see a path. I could see a path. The path to peace and reconciliation. And I've decided that in order to cure myself, to save myself from the ocean, I was drowning in an ocean of sorrow and pain. I was broken into so many, like 1,000 pieces. So in order to cure myself, I've decided to choose this path, the path to peace and reconciliation. And on this path, not just that Aziz and I become great friends and partners, I learned that peace is possible. Peace is possible. If Amichai would give me only 3 words to say here tonight, they will be, peace is possible. And in order to harvest peace by 2030, no later, in order to harvest peace, we must sow 3 seeds. The seeds of hope, the seeds of the future, and the most rare and expensive and unique seeds of forgiveness. And now in Yom Kippur, like we are asking forgiveness from those who harmed, right? Yeah, from those we harmed. And what Aziz and I want to suggest you to act the same way we do is to forgive to forgive those who harmed us. Because what I learned from Aziz is that the power of forgiveness is 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 like a nuclear power. It's so it can transform and change so much. And I think Aziz, maybe teach them what you taught me about forgiveness.
Thank you. I think when I was 18 years old, as I said, I went through a transformation. And my transformation started by, for the first time, meeting Israelis and Jews who were not soldiers and were not settlers, and having a normal conversation. And in that classroom, I realized something that when I was 10 years old, I couldn't, I think, comprehend. And that's the person who killed my brother didn't just kill my brother, he enslaved me. By every decision I made between 10 to 18 years old, I was being a slave to that person. Every decision was a reaction, was not my decision. I was reacting to what that person has done. And at that point, I realized that I need to free myself. I need to free myself from that yoke, from those chains, and to be able to make my own decisions. And suddenly, forgiveness didn't feel as hard. Often when we talk about forgiving somebody, it's like there is a lot of struggle we go through. But suddenly realizing it's a freeing thing, a thing that gives you power rather than takes away from you. It gives you freedom rather than restricting you. And actually, it's the opposite. Every time you choose to hate, you are being restricted. You are being held against your will. You are being just reactionary. And so that's the power that Ma'oz is talking about, is the moment you're able to forgive, just so much you can do. Because reconciliation, you can argue, you need two sides to reconcile. But forgiveness, you don't. You can forgive anyone at any point, even if they do not come and ask for that forgiveness. And I understand it's not an easy concept, but like Maoz has just said, it is a powerful concept. Now, and I want to say it exists in Judaism, exists in Christianity, exists in Islam. One of my favorite, there's those stories and verses always in each religion that you like, but you also struggle with because you're like, it's a bit too much. And there's one of those there's a couple of stories that come from Islam. I thought maybe you don't hear as many of the Islamic stories. I'll share some of those with you. But there's one story that says that on the last day, the judgment day, when God brings everybody and he starts judging between people, that his mercy will go so far and his forgiveness will go so far that even Satan himself will have hope in God's forgiveness. And I remember first time I read that, I'm like, are you kidding me? But that's the power of forgiveness again, that even Satan was watching that, saying, wow, this is what God is doing. Maybe even I can get forgiveness. So when I thought of them, like, if that's the forgiveness we get, then that's a forgiveness we ought to give. And the second story is about when the prophet was in his, when the prophet had a guy who was in his deathbed, who was the chief of what was called in those days the hypocrites. It's people who claim to be Muslims, but this guy was working all the time against the prophet specifically. And he was very bad. He did so many things to hurt him, spread rumors, tried to divide people, did just tons of bad things. And as he was dying, he asked if the prophet could visit him. And so he goes and he visits him and he goes, can I have your shirt as a gift? And some people believe that the prophet's shirt might have some special powers. So he told him, yes, I can give it to you. He takes it off, he gives it to him, and he says, can you come to my funeral and pray for me when I die, the funeral prayer? And the other believers said, no, you can't. This guy is awful. If you go and pray for him, with him, you're showing that you're willing to forgive such an awful person. And the Prophet said, if I know God will forgive him, I will not just go to pray for him, I am going to even petition God 70 times so he can be forgiven. And that's, again, those stories. And I grew up with these stories that honestly, I still remember one of my first school homework I had to do. I had to write this kind of, I don't know, a statement to take to school. And it was 2 words. Unfortunately, there's no way to translate it to English in 2 words. And it said, religion is about how you act, basically. In Arabic, ad-dinu mu'amala. And this is what we going back to it. Who we are is what do we decide to do with the power we have. And forgiveness is a very powerful tool that we can use to transform ourselves.
Yeah. When I heard we have another amazing friend, Hamza Awaude, is a Palestinian peace activist, and I heard him saying that he's willing to forgive about the past, he's willing to forgive about the present, but he would not and cannot forgive about the future. And that's also like 2 months after losing my parents. And I asked myself, what does it mean if like to forgive about the past and the present? Who shall I forgive in order to be able to build or to resource myself into the future? So I asked those questions, and the immediate answer was that I need to forgive those who killed my parents. I need to forgive Hamas. In my narrative, Hamas is a fundamental extremist organization that is killing and oppressing his own people. And innocent people, if they are Israeli Jews, even better. On October 7th, Hamas was acting upon its nature. So it was relatively easy for me to forgive Hamas. But I was seeking revenge. I wanted to punish. I want them to pay the price. Those who I believe are accountable for my parents' death. Those who promised my parents again and again. We have no time to say again and again tonight. Again and again, they promised us security and safety. Security and safety. The Israeli government. And they totally failed in their promise. I wanted to punish them. I was seeking revenge. But those feelings destroyed me from the inside. I stopped functioning as a father. I stopped functioning as a husband. I stopped functioning as a friend. I was just focusing how I'm going to make them pay. But after listening to Hamza, I realized that in order to free myself and in order to be able to build the future, I must forgive the Israeli government. And it's a decision I took on myself. I totally forgive them. I totally forgive them. And Aziz, I think maybe we can read the poem of Ta. I have it. It's yeah.
You can start and I'll find it.
No, I have it. I have it. You can tell about Ta Muhammad Ali.
Ta Muhammad Ali is a Palestinian poet. He is one of the most well-known Palestine, and he wrote. We just met his son. Rabbi Amichai was with us. We met his son in Nazareth and got to learn even more about him. Fascinating character, and he wrote a poem about revenge and a person who wanted to seek revenge. And this is his journey for revenge. So we will read it for you.
I'll start. At times I wish I could meet in a duel the man who killed my father and raised our home, expelling me into a narrow country. And if he killed me, I would rest at last. And if I were ready, I would take my revenge.
But if it came to light when my rival appeared, that he had a mother waiting for him or a father who'd put his right hand over the heart's place in his chest whenever his son was late, even by just a quarter hour, for a meeting that's set, then I would not kill him, even if I could.
Likewise, I would not murder him if it were soon made clear that he had a brother or sisters who loved him and constantly longed to see him, or if he had a wife to greet him and children who could not bear his absence and whom his gift would thrill, or if he had friends or companions, neighbors he knew, or allies from prison, or a hospital room, or classmates from his school asking about him and sending him regards.
But if he turned out to be on his own, cut off like a branch from a tree, without a mother or a father, without neither a brother nor sister, wifeless, without a child, and without kin or neighbors or friends, colleagues or companions, then I would add not a thing to his pain. Within that loneliness, not the torment of death, and not the sorrow of passing away. Instead, I'd be content to ignore him when I passed by him on a street, as I convinced myself that paying him no attention in itself was a kind of revenge.
And I do this talk also in many high schools or with Jewish Israelis communities. And the question that I keep asking again and again is, but we have no partners. We have no partners. So when I have this question, when I'm asked this question, I'm reading this poet and I'm telling them that the son and daughter and the family of Tah Muhammad Ali, they are our partners. They are our partners. And we have so many partners, but we just must start looking to them in the eyes, face to face, and start working together. And I also, like, after we sow the seed of forgiveness, I think it's time for the seed of hope. Because hope is not something you can find or not something you can lose. Hope is an action. Hope is something we do together. We do it together with others, and this is what I want to invite us all to make hope together tonight. And it's very simple to make hope. It's very simple. We make hope by envisioning a better future and by acting to make it into reality. That's it. But we need to be very honest with ourselves to check if our actions are effective. If they are effective, it's amazing. We're going to reach this future. But if not, they are not. It's not a reason to give up. It's not a reason to fall into despair. It's just a reason to change our action till we find the one that is effective. And basically now, when people are asking Aziz and me, what are you doing nowadays? What are you doing? So we tell them, we are making hope. We are making hope together.
I think there is nothing that scares people who want war, people who want hate, people who want an endless cycle of violence, than an example that shows that there is an alternative. And us being here together, modeling that an alternative is possible, that there is a different path. If you listen to politicians, you will think there is no one, and this is often, who's gonna lead, who's gonna talk, who's gonna show us the way forward? And unless we take it on ourselves to show that there is an alternative, there is a path forward, no one else will believe it. The problem is not that there aren't enough people working for peace. The problem isn't that there aren't enough people who believe in peace. There are a lot of people. Most of us do. I think if you go in Israel and Palestine, if you go in the US, most people believe in peace. The problem is how many of us have lost the faith that we can make it happen. And there are a lot of research on that. You'd be surprised to know that most research shows that 3.5% of continuously active people working for a cause can make it happen. 3.5%. Our challenge isn't convincing people that peace is possible. Our challenge is convincing them to work with us to make it possible. And those are two different things. But to do that, we have to also be honest with each other. You know, we talked today about forgiveness, but we also should talk about, as we working together, to give each other a lot of grace, to give each other a lot of benefit of the doubt. We spend a lot of time together. If we don't do that, this relationship would not last long.
Maybe too much. If you ask our wife, we are spending way too much with each other. Way too much.
There's competition now. But also it means we're going to say the wrong thing at some times. We're going to ask the wrong questions at some times. We're going to hurt each other at some times. And true partners, working for peace, assuming that that's not going to happen, is unrealistic. If we are in this path together, we need to assume this is going to happen. And I'll give you one quick example of my dad. Some of you have heard me tell this story before. My dad coming to the first peace gathering that I invited him to, where I was running the organization that invited him, sat through the meeting, and at the end of it, they asked if anybody had a question. And obviously he was the first to raise his hand, because he thought, why not embarrass my son in his work? And his question was, did the Holocaust really happen? He did manage to embarrass me at my work. And he kept digging. He didn't just stop there. Did it really happen? And he started giving all kind of explanations. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, why did I invite him? I didn't need my dad to believe in peace. It's okay. He could have stayed home. But here's the thing. Everyone was silent. Nobody knew how to answer him. And we were in a gathering. A couple hundred peace activists were there. And everyone's thinking, I'm not touching this question. Palestinians and Israelis. Until a man who's been a mentor and a colleague, Rami al-Hanan, stood up, whose daughter was killed in a suicide bombing, and said, you know what? I shouldn't expect you to believe in something you didn't learn about. It's okay. Yes, it's an offensive question. Maybe the way my dad said it was offensive. But he gave him so much grace. And he said, my father was a Holocaust survivor who was in Auschwitz. I will have him take you to Yad Vashem, to the Holocaust Memorial, and show you himself there and tell you his story. And what's incredible, not only did my dad agree, 70 other Palestinians in the room said, you know what, we had the same question, but we didn't want to offend anyone. We didn't want to start a problem, so we kept it. So we want to go as well. And they ended up all going with Rami's dad and two other Holocaust survivors. And it started a project where the same things are going back and forth between the Israelis and the Palestinians in the organization. And I keep thinking, if my dad wasn't willing to ask the offensive question, and if Rami wasn't willing to give grace when the question didn't come out in a nice way, what would have happened? We still would have met in a conference room and talked about peace, but in our hearts, we wouldn't have had that peace.
Yeah. I'm wondering with myself what to take it from now, from here. I have two directions. So, in the last 20 years, I've been fulfilling dreams. This is what I was doing. I dreamed about traveling around the world, so I've done it twice. I dreamed about hiking the Shvil Israel National Trail, so Shlomit and I, my wife, we hiked it. We dreamed together to open the first guest house ever in the old city of Nazareth. We have done it. We opened the Fauzi Azar Inn back in 2005. We dream about a network of hostels throughout the country. We've done it. Abraham Hostel and Tours. Every time we had an idea, basically we made it into a reality. And what I learned within 20 years of relationship and building partnership and becoming one of the community members in Nazareth, the largest Palestinian city within Israel, not just a community member, a leaders of the community, what I realized is that the first step in order to reach a shared society, a shared future, is to knowing the other side narrative. Exactly like your father basically initiate. And if we don't know the other side narrative, his pain, his sorrow, his agony, his challenges, and dreams and aspiration, will keep living within the walls, physical and mental walls that we were born enslaved to be inside. So we must learn about the other. And Aziz and I, we are writing a book now with Crown Publishing House. They're sitting somewhere here in Broadway, I think, 57. We are writing a book, and we have done a week research in
tour.
Palestine, Israel. It's a week research, a tour that Aziz and I are guiding the tour. That's how the book will be built. And the future.
It's a working title. It's The Future is Peace.
The Future is Peace. Yes. and
I guess maybe it's a real title, considering your response.
And it has 4 layers: the theological and historical layer, 100 years of conflict, our relationship, and the future. And when we've been to Jaffa, and we were overlooking the Andromeda rock, and we came to think that humanity, been sacrificing our loved one since the beginning of civilization, and we didn't stop it yet. We didn't stop it. And in the Greek mythology, Andromeda was saved by Perseus, the son of Zeus. And he saved Andromeda by beheading the head of Medusa. And when the monster came up from the sea, he showed her the head of Medusa and the eyes of Medusa, and then the monster was killed. Okay, you know this Greek mythology? Okay, amazing. It's false. It's a lie. It's a lie. The only way to kill a monster is by looking to her in the eye. When we look in the monster's eye, we look to her face to face. We start dialoguing with her. We start showing empathy. We start listening to her story. We would learn that Medusa wasn't born a monster. No, she didn't. She was born a beautiful Greek girl that was raped in Athens temple. Her trauma wasn't cured, wasn't treated, wasn't healed. The contrary, she was cursed. This is how she became a monster. But we can kill this monster by looking to her in the eye. And this is when I saw this invitation to the Lab Shul New Year, and for tonight, I said, we must be here. We must be in the stage. So thank you for inviting us. Give us 5 more minutes. Yes, we enjoyed it, guys.
As Rabbi Amichai knows, we can go on for 7 hours straight. He was with us in Nazareth, and we had to skip lunch so we can finish all the things we wanted to talk about. But yeah, we can skip dinner and just keep going. Give me 2 minutes, and then Maoz will talk about the bottle, and then we'll talk to you and have your thoughts and your questions. I think for this story of the power of who's your partner and can we really get to peace or not, when we were in Jaffa as well, Jaffa was a very monumental place for us. And there's another story in Jaffa of a man named Jonah, which exists, the same story in Islam and in Judaism. And Jonah was asked to go and talk to the most evil people ever. That's the concept of it. They were known being so bad that they skinned people alive. And it's very important to tell you how bad they are, because often when I talk to Palestinians or I talk to Israelis, the concept is of people we perceive, but that enemy is much worse than any other enemy, and therefore we can never have peace with them. And the story of Jonah tells you that his enemies were much worse than anything you can even imagine. And when he was sent to go and preach to them peace, that's literally the message he was sent with. Stop killing people and make peace. He didn't want to do it because he believed they must be punished. He didn't want them to repent. He didn't want them to change. He didn't want them to find the path forward. And when he did go eventually, he had to have a big detour to end up there. First go the opposite direction, end up in the water, end up in the big fish belly for a few days. But eventually, he ended up there. They did change. And it took one person to do that. One person who didn't even have full faith in them. And that change happened. And that story is quite powerful. And then you look at every story of every person we admire in history, whether it's from religion or culture or politics or so on, none of them believed in change and did nothing about it. You're going to start with Abraham. He was told, leave. He got out. He didn't stay home. You go to Moshe, to Moses, same thing. You go to Muhammad, same thing. You go to Jesus, same thing. You go to Mandela, same thing. You go to Martin Luther King, same thing. None of the people we really respect for their work, for peacemaking, for prophecy, for preaching, none of them said, I just believe the world will be better, and then sat home and had good vibes. It all started with get out of your house. Peacemaking doesn't happen only in conference rooms. It helps to meet and talk, but it's not the only place it happens. And that's a part of the 3.5% I keep coming back to, and maybe it's time to talk about the bottom.
Before I will sow the seeds of hope, and then I'll go to this to the formula. So we already saw forgiveness. We saw hope. Now we saw the future. The future is where Israelis and Palestinians meet. Okay, even though now we are as far from each other as ever. It was the bloodiest year of the conflict. And the horrors, the image, the pain is keep coming and escalating. But in the future we meet. A future that is based on shared acknowledgement and recognition, equality and dignity, reconciliation and healing, security and safety. And if we'll be a good farmers like my father, which in a second I'm going to tell you what an amazing farmer he was, we're going to harvest peace by 2030. So what is it in this battle? This,
I know.
You know, okay. And Gili knows, and Yael knows. It's an Israeli oil sesame. Israel oil sesame. Now, sesame is harvested by hand. There are millions of hectares of sesame being cultivated all over the globe that all being harvested by hand. So my father, who was again admirable, the best farmer in Israel, and that's serious, okay? That's a proof. We proved that already. And his partner was my classmate. When my classmate Asaf graduated from his master degree in agronomy, he partnered with my father. And then in 2008, Asaf is going to Ethiopia to learn about the sesame. And he's coming back and he's telling my father, Jacobi, you don't believe it. They harvest by hand like this. Only for the consumption in Israel, 200,000 hectares are being cultivated in Ethiopia. And the production for acre is very, very low. So it doesn't, it's not profitable to build the machinery, or if there was a machinery to operate it, because it's produced so little sesame. So they start dreaming. Okay, the first step in the formula is dreaming. They start dreaming of a miraculous. Imagine a dream sesame type that will produce high production and will be able to cultivate it to harvest by a machine. It's something humanity was never able to achieve. Peace, we achieved so many times. We was talking about Saadat visit. Amichai, it was you?
No, it was David. Was
David, you spoke about. So I was born 2 years before you wrote the song and Saadat visit. But I know that the discourse was that it's better to have Sinai bli shalom מאשר shalom bli Sinai. It's better to have the Sinai Peninsula without peace than peace without Sinai Peninsula. That it's now that Golda and the chief generals were saying after the Yom Kippur War that there will be no peace with Egypt in our generation. The public was against negotiation. This was the discourse. But only 4 years after, Saadat came to visit, and Jonathan and you wrote and played this amazing song. But the sesame that will be able to harvest it by machinery never achieved. The Hutu and the Tutsi reconciled. North Ireland, a conflict that lasted hundreds of years. And when I mean speaking to Americans, I'm telling them, do you know who's the most tourists in Vietnam, where they are coming from? From America. Who would dream about it in the late 60s or early 70s? So we must dream about peace. Without a dream, it's never going to happen. And like Asaf and my father dream about this sesame. Then the second is the values of the sesame. What will be the values of the sesame? High production, will be able to cultivate in Israel, harvested by a machine, by combine harvester, and resilience to climate change. So the values, like I shared with you, the values of the future. You remember the values of the future? Shared acknowledgement and recognition, equality and dignity, reconciliation and healing, security and safety. So my father and Asaf had the values, and then they built a coalition. Universities, researchers, farmers, students, very strong coalition. This is what we are doing now. We are building a coalition. It's the third time I'm in New York this year. Third time.
And when was the last time before? You remember?
Before it, it was like 30 years ago, when I was 18, 31 years ago. But I'm coming here because we are forming a coalition, a very, very powerful coalition. And the fourth step, the roadmap. They build a roadmap, how to cultivate this imaginary dream, this sesame variety. So this is exactly what we are doing. Aziz and I came from 3 days strategy meeting in Switzerland, writing the roadmap. It's not going to be happen. It's not going to be happening without a plan. So we are working on a plan. And the fifth, they executed. And they had a deadline. By 2025, they will harvest this dream. They were ahead of time in a year and a half. 2 weeks after October 7, without my father, this sesame was harvested in Israel. I will read from you from the label. The Jacobi sesame variety was cultivated at the Hebrew University Faculty of Agriculture as a premium high-quality oil variety suited for Israeli farming. The variety is dedicated to the memory of our friend Jacobi Enon, an agronomist, agriculture advisor, worker and lover of the land, known for his knowledge, integrity, and modesty. Amichai, this is for you, if you can come. And this is exactly the step that we're going to make peace by 2030.
באמת לא מצאתי בסופר שמן סופר.
הנה, you got it. You got it.
And it's really good. I tried that already.
I know, I'm going to break the fast with this. I honestly...
No, it can wait.
No, I had a recipe for like a cucumber salad with sesame oil, and I went to the supermarket near my home, and they didn't have any sesame oil. And I was like, damn, I can't make this. Now I can make. I'm going to break the fast with it, or we're going to have dinner together with it, inshallah, soon. I'm sure you thought about it, but I'm thinking about the legend about Alibaba and open sesame. Right? Open sesame is how, that's the password
That's the password.
to the cave of the future.
Yes, exactly.
So, friends, I have to say, it's 10:30. I know you have a billion questions, but I actually want to suggest, if it's okay, that we're going to leave this with a cliffhanger. Since you had 3 times in New York this past year, let's plan the 4th. And let's plan a symposium, how we can join the coalition. You'll teach us how we can stand, Aziz, with you, Ma'oz, with you. And face to face, you are modeling what few can believe is possible. I've had the honor of being with you in Nazareth, with you today, and with you in Union Square. So, yalla, we have work to do.
Yes.
We have work to do. Friends, the postcard that Maoz is holding with the mandala that his mother gave you and by our friend Eitan is outside for you to take. Please take one and another one. Pass it forward.
And the words of peace, you can read
Yeah.
the word from Aziz. This
The-
is what Aziz said. Read it. Aziz, you want me? Yeah,
Sure.
Aziz.
I can read it without a microphone. If you must divide us, people should divide us as those who believe in justice, peace, and equality, and those who don't yet.
That's who this postcard is for.
I am the least known person in this group here. I mean, it does
Not
have
anymore.
Pope Francis.
Not anymore. The Pope, but you're here. Aziz,
Sure.
shukran. Thank
Afwan.
you. Maoz, toda. Friends, thank you for joining with us tonight. Libby, thank you again. We'll be here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll be here all day, and we'll continue face to face, making peace happen with sesame oil.
Yes.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Jesse? want to hear some one-word answers. What brings you here today? Shout it out. Community. What? Completion. Community. Hope. Peace. Connection. Love. Humility. Taking time. Reflection. Empathy. I haven't heard the guilt word yet. Because we have to. Good. I'm going to surface that one as well. Well, friends, for all the reasons we gather on this morning of Yom Kippur, I invite us to join this intention that's on our screens. Hareini mekabel alai, I take upon myself this instruction that is the most central teaching in our Torah. I want to try and love myself as best as I can today. It's really not easy to love oneself. We're full of gnawing voices that say that we are not good enough. So we're going to try and love ourselves. And we're going to do so by remembering that we have to try and love others too. Our very annoying parents, our extremely annoying siblings, our unbearably annoying children. I'm making this up. This doesn't exist. You're all living a harmonious life. We love our coworkers. We love our neighbors. We love our government. Every government. Can we spend today trying to do all those things we said? Be better at connection. Be better at empathy. Be better at completion and taking time. Figuring out how to reflect and lean into love. So we want to ask you to sing this with us. This is a 16th century intention that is our North Star as we begin this difficult day. In the middle of a difficult time that calls on us to be honest with what works and what doesn't, and how we must lean into love in order to get out of this mess and have a better year. So are you ready to love a little harder? Lean in a little deeper. Let's start with using our vocal cords. They come from our gut that is fueled by a heart that has a command from our brain to sing, to fill this room, your homes, with the tunes of attunement. We're just going to do it without words for a couple of times. Rabbi Dalia, who is here with me this morning, Leo and Jeremy are going to help us create the music that we will sing together. So please, together, let's fill the space with tones. as we begin this day, we're singing this intention to lean into love in Hebrew and in Arabic. And I'm wondering, what other languages do you want to sing this prayer today? Who else do you need to talk to? Who needs to hear you say, I love you no matter what? Spanish? Mandarin? Russian? You tell us. What language do you need to hear today? What language do you need to speak today? German? French? Others? Yiddish? The language of the heart, beyond vernacular, is how we start today. We are inviting ourselves not to be an audience. This is not a performance. While we are on stage, we're actually sitting in a circle. And if you are here to do the work with us. And the work is what we do on Yom Kippur. It is the work of reconciliation with our higher and our lower self. And it's the way of reaching out to everybody in our lives who's in our heart right now, to slowly through this day be able to say, I am sorry. And I want to be better at being a human being that honors you and sees you and sees me. Because all we need is, I'm glad the Beatles are alive and well among our ancient prophets. So as we gather here, folks, this morning, we are gathered and we're cloaked in different garbs. I'm wearing this traditional kittel, which is potentially my shroud. We wear white on this day because we've done so for generations. And it's only an option. Don't feel bad if you're in red. But now I'm going to invite us to wrap ourselves with the garments of our ancestry and wrap ourselves with additional intention. So if you have a prayer shawl at home or here, this will be the moment for us to put it on. And if you don't, you do. Because it is not just about the fabric. It is about wrapping ourselves with our imagination of intention. I want to invite you to invite into this space today an ancestor, a teacher, somebody who you feel you could be with today to give you guidance. Close your eyes for just a moment and think who it is that you want to invite. A grandparent you knew or didn't, somebody deceased, maybe even recently, whom you miss and loved, a great teacher, an author, an artist. We're going to invite them here to give us a hug. And we're going to wrap ourselves in these talitot, these prayer shawls. So if you have one, we're going to invite ourselves to put it on together. And if you have one, let's do it. Stefan's going to give us actual yoga in a little bit. But here's my favorite shoulder roll exercise. So you're really invited to do this. Our bodies need this, right? Oh, God. Okay, well, here we go. It's early in the morning. You might not be caffeinated. So hands straight. And in slow motion, put a cloak around your shoulders, a real one, an imagined one. Feel your shoulders roll. And then as the shawl surrounds your shoulders, give yourself a tug, a hug. Imagine this other person you invited here with you right now. We need all the help we can get on this day. And we're not alone. I invite us to bless this moment together. We are still God optional. Invoke energy you need today. Baruch atah havaya Eloheinu ruach haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu להתעטף בציצית. Amen. And imagine that ancestor or friend or teacher giving you a hug. And if you're feeling really close and there's consent, you can move to the kiss part. Cheek is fine. We kiss these fringes when we put them on. So feel your lips activate some sensuality. For those of us fasting, we are training our bodies today to be aligned with our mind and with our soul. So give your body some loving attention and appreciation for giving up food today, for giving up drink, for being aligned with our highest intention, human and beyond. So as you're wrapped here in your talit, give yourself another hug and tug. Invite your ancestor to sit with you. There are still seats. And let's sit down to begin this day with full intention. In our prayer book, Lab Shul style, many of you know this, we have shaved off plenty of the liturgy. In fact, I cannot imagine how in the synagogue of my childhood and the thousands around the world right now, people actually say all the words in the prayer book and manage to end before we do. It is a mystery. But we just have 4 words that are our basis. Every time we gather, weekday morning, Sabbath morning, Yom Kippur. We begin with gratitude. After a little bit of cardio and getting ourselves into heart shape, we move into appreciation and radical amazement. We take time today more than all days for what is wrong and where we have missed the mark, what we can do about it. And then we ask for help, which is sometimes the most difficult thing. Please, who will you call on today to help you be better at being human, to help us being better at being human? So we're going to go into the gratitude. There's a beautiful prayer that many of us know, that according to our tradition, first thing in the morning, as you wake up, before you reach out for your phone, before your coffee, you mumble these words and you perhaps sing them. What am I grateful for this morning? So I want to invite you here in Tribeca and in your own home to take a moment now and think, what are the top 3 items on my thank you list this morning? Unique for today, extraordinary, a person, a memory, a flavor, a view, an experience. Some of those might require messaging somebody later on today and say, I just forgot to say thank you for everything you do for me. Let's start off just jotting a little post-it to yourself. We might call on you to share if you feel comfortable. But let's just sing this now. Let's fill this room with gratitude.
Ani
I am filled with gratitude for one more day of life. It wasn't obvious that I would wake up this morning. I don't want to take it for granted. Not everybody who went to sleep last night woke up this morning. But we did. We're here. Our soul is restored with divine compassion because we had very little to do with that. God optional or not. So what are we grateful for this morning? Can we witness each other's honest humanity and gratefulness? I'm going to sing this one more time and then really want to invite us to witness what grateful feels like. Just the tune. Nai, 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 What are we grateful for this morning? This is when we don't get shy. Stash. Thanks for being here, Sherwin, with your gorgeous daughter. And here's for families coming together. Welcome back. Gratitude for families coming together as much as possible. Thank you, Ben. Collaboration and trust in many ways. Thank you. For the safety of this country, in this country, and may it be in all countries. Thank you. Amen. For all the people making sure that happens. What else are we grateful for this morning? As personal or as big as it comes. Okay, for more parents and family reunions from across the country, welcome from Michigan. My son would disagree with you, but thank you for your sports enthusiasm and for athletes doing their thing. Right? They're athletes, right? What else are we grateful for this morning? Thank you, and for your leadership. Thank you for being here. An honor to be in service to our greater good. The beauty of music. Amen. Hallelujah. You can actually keep on playing Modani underneath me. Let's give more beauty of music. Health and strength, walking up those subway stairs and knocking on doors to get out the vote, and your children and your beautiful family. Yeah, one of them right there. Welcome back. Keep knocking on those doors. And I heard more. Okay, Josh, the emergent Jewish community, your son and your puppy. Sorry for reversing the order. It's all good. So keep them coming. I want to invite you to do this for you. Close your eyes or keep them open. Take nothing for granted. Think of what and who you are saying thank you to right now. And I'll give you a secret. Even though texting is awesome and We're grateful for our phones. First of all, I hope they're off. Mine is. But you can text somebody right now in your head. All you do is think of someone to whom you want to say thank you to, and you compose that note and you hit send. And check with them after Yom Kippur if they got it. And if not, that's how they're going to get it. So let's do this right now. Can we just send somebody a thank you note? Especially someone who really needs it. And then we're going to sing this one more time. I think Joe Biden could use one. God, he's so old. This prayer doesn't end with gratitude. It leads into compassion. The words are Modeh ani lefanecha, ruach, our way of envisioning the divine, not as a king, but as the breath that we all share, for restoring my breath this morning, my life, my health. Bechemla rabba emunatecha, with compassion. So what does it mean to get up in the morning and lean into gratitude and focus on compassion? The compassion with which we get to live, the compassion with which we get to see every single other human as nothing less than divine. How many times this past year have we seen people, treated people, written to people, and treated them as less than divine? Raise your hand if you've done that at least once this past year. And if you haven't, you're divine. It's pretty impressive. But I'm going to bet we've all treated each other and ourselves with less than compassion and with less than respect. So we're here this morning to look at that, to acknowledge that, to admit that, and in the presence of the infinite, to try and commit to be better this coming year at doing less of that. From gratitude to compassion, we move to awe and praise. No matter how much we've screwed up, we keep showing up, and we are here now. So I want to invite us to find our heart, physically and not just physically. That thing that's pumping, that emoji we keep sending in many colors. What color emoji is your heart today? Purple? Yellow, white, bright red, broken. Feel what it's like to feel your heart. We want to honor the fact that we were born with a pure heart, and we can clean it up again. Our next prayer this morning, Lev Tahor, pure heart, is how we move from gratitude to appreciation. The words from the Psalms, your heart knows the rest. A little heart massage is not a bad idea. maybe look around this room, see someone who you don't yet know, and folks online. You can do that. But just with the eyes, send some intention. Make sure we're not strangers. Look in front of you, behind you, whoever you've not said hello to yet this morning. Send a bit of love. There you go. You might even want to share your names. It's a little radical. Part of our morning is our cardio. Imagine yourself on a treadmill, pumping your heart. And those of you who came early, you get extra workout points. What does it mean to have a pure heart? Have we ever had a pure heart? This is not a rhetorical question. I'm really not sure. Have you ever had a pure heart?
We were all pure heart initially.
As a baby?
We were all, as a fetus, we were all heart before we were anything else. Before we had eyes, senses, legs, hands. We were just a heart in a womb. A heart surrounded with rachamim, with compassion.
And then what happens?
And then we just grew. But that heart is still pure. Somewhere within the rachamim.
Whatever childhoods we have had, whatever teenage years we stumbled through, and however we grew older, whatever the scars of this past year, I think it's safe to say our hearts are not pure. I think it's safe to say that we have rage and we have shame. We carry pain. We carry emotions we might not be proud of. And yet, can we say that underneath all those layers, there is a baby's heart that's pure? Can we imagine that about some people we consider evil? I'm going to let you decide who those people are. Can we imagine that underneath the layers there's pure heart? Only you can answer that. Your heart can, with some extra massage and intention. We're inviting ourselves to try. Lift the whole.
לב טהור בראלי אלוהים ורוח נכון חדש בקרבי לב טהור בראלי אלוהים ורוח נכון חדש בקרבי אל תשליכני מלפניך ורוח קודשך אל תיקח ממני אל תשליכני מלפניך ורוח קודשך אל תיקח ממני.
Dahlia and I were talking this morning on our commute here as two citizens of Israel with children and parents and siblings and friends, some in uniform, everybody hurting. How do we activate the words of this prayer? Not just the pure heart that we were born with, but the pure heart we are begging to be reinstalled with, to reimagine a cleaner heart, a cleaner slate in the middle of this moral decay, this moral injury that we are finding ourselves in. And these words from the Tehillim, from the Psalms, are 2,500 years old, perhaps older. For 2,500 years or more, our ancestors have been singing these words. We may have been born with a pure heart, but we messed up along the way. We ask for help in cleaning up our heart again, for instilling a spirit of preparation for better within us, to renew our contract with our sense of better selves. This applies to every single one of us, regardless of your nationality, religion, where and how you're hurting. Today we want to ask for help, for renewing our contract with ourselves at being better. And so before Shira joins us here with the rest of our team, while they are praying with the kids right now, we want to bring us into one more prayer. A prayer that is known and popular, a prayer that is painful and is real. Whatever you believe is out there, in there, helping us and helping you be better at becoming better. We invite you to pray this prayer with us. And I'm going to invite Dahlia to maybe frame it for us as you've been praying it and translating it from its original Hebrew to Arabic and English. And tell us a word about the history of this prayer before we got these words.
So imagine a young woman. She's 20-something years old. She's walking on the beach near Caesarea, near an ancient city. She's there because her civilization is ancient and she came back. She's looking westwards. The year is 1942. The sky might be bright, but from the west, her family is, all her loved ones, all the world that she knows, up in flames. And this young woman, her name is Hannah, named after the first praying woman in the Bible. Hannah. She does the imaginable. She prays. She prays. Not to any titled God, but to her God, Eli. Eli. She holds this prayer for the world. And she wrote in her journal 2 versions of that song, of that poem, of that prayer, before she went off on a hopeful, hopeless mission to save the world. She wrote 2 versions, one that we know, that we will sing soon, and one that just ends with slightly different phrase. Instead of Tfilat Adam, the prayer of the heart, the human prayer, she wrote Ha'emun ba'adam. May these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, and trust in humankind. And I translated this song into Arabic with the help of my mother, who's an avid atheist who swims in the sea whenever she can and then sings this song in prayer. Translating it to Arabic 10 years ago in 2014 when it seemed a little hopeless back home. This song has been translated to more than 40 languages, and this translation is the first one in Arabic, and I hope there are going to be more. There are already more. Ilahi Allah, Allah yantahi abadan, الرمل والبحر هدير المياه لمعة السماء صلاة الإنسان الرمل والبحر هدير المياه لمعة السماء صلاة الإنسان. Sing it together. It's a song of hope.
שלא ייגמר לעולם.
can we do to purify our hearts? I don't know. We can try. But there was a research done that showed us how to synchronize our hearts. It was a research done in Britain by a bunch of scientists who asked themselves, what is it about humans with this whole singing together thing? Why do we do that? So they checked to see what happens to people who are singing together. They took choirs and communities and examined what physically happens to us when we sing together. And the answers, our heartbeats synchronize. So with this intention, we can support ourselves and support each other by just singing together. It doesn't matter in which language. You can choose either of the three, or none, or gibberish. But let's sing it together one more time.
God, my God, I pray that these things never the sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crush of the heavens, the prayer of the heart, Achor v'hayar, rishush shel hamayim, ורק השמיים, תפילת האדם.
The sand and the sea, the rush of the water. Lama tusamma salatul insan.
כן יהי רצון. Inshallah. Toda Dalia. Thank you for helping us start this morning. As we begin this day together, we began with gratitude, with thanks. We moved into some wows of what is worthy of appreciation. And we're going to move into the land of oops, as we already have. Looking face to face into what's hurting us and how we are part of the hurting. I'm going to ask you, those who are already here in the room and those who are joining us at home, you have a sacred mission. This is a request. As Dalia taught us, when we sing together, we are synchronized. It's super easy on this day to get distracted by our phones, by someone else, by those coming in, by stuff, people we haven't seen in a year, and that is wonderful. I'm going to ask those of you who are here to please help me and help us and help the rest of us keep focused. We are here to do important work. So please, whenever you find yourself losing your intention and thinking about things to do or what happened yesterday or what you need to do tomorrow, take a breath and please come back. And close your eyes and please be here. Help us be more synchronized. I want to invite us to think of how we will walk out of this day of atonement, of Yom Kippur 2024. Because if you won't do the work of being fully focused, then I can't either. And neither will she, and neither will us. And this year as a Jewish community, we have work to do. It's called atonement. So let's please do this work together, as attuned as we can to each other's hurts and each other's hopes and each other's tunes and each other's healing. That's what we're here to do. I invite you for another shoulder roll, a stretch if you need. Thank you for being here to do this work together on this holy day.
ושאני לעצמי מאני, 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 מאני. ואם לא עכשיו, ואם לא עכשיו, אימתי. ושאני לעצמי מאני, 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 מאני. ואם לא עכשיו, ואם לא עכשיו, אימתי. אם אין אני לי מי, מי לי, מי לי, מי, אם אין אני לי מי, מי. אם אין אני לי מי, מי לי, מי לי, מי, אם אין אני לי מי. I will rise with you. I will rise with you. I will rise with you. Will you rise with me too? I will rise with you. I will rise with you. I will rise with you. Will you rise with me too? I will rise with you. I will rise with you. I will rise with you. Will you rise with me too? Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. Can you hear what she says when you listen? It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the sound of the blood in your body as it moves across your bone. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. Can you hear what she says when you listen? Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. Can you hear what she says when you listen? It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. It's the sound of the river as it moves moves across the stones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. When you're listening, are you listening? When you're listening, are you listening? Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Another world's not only possible. On a quiet day, on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. She is on her way, on her way. And when the world we're building is ours, we'll be tall inside. There will be no question as we pray and sing that we have each other. And what that means, we'll finally get to be together. Share with our hearts at what has been and find some place of hope. And find some place of hope. She is on her way, on her way. Come on, she is on her way, on her way. She is on her way.
So you might be wondering, who is she who's on her way? Choose your own adventure on that one. In our liturgy, the divine is often depicted as a male sovereign. And as many of you who've been with us for many years know, that patriarchal trope is not exactly how we lean. We'd rather imagine the divinity as non-gendered and non-hierarchy based. And we've replaced Melech, king, with Ruach, spirit. And yet on this high holy day, we choose to invoke the poetry that we've inherited and imagine the divine as a sovereign. The words our ancestors have sung for many years. And we're going to invite ourselves beyond gender and beyond political affiliations and whatever monarchy genes might still be in our veins, to imagine what it's like to be regal and to be sovereign and to be sitting tall on our thrones today. And to be better in our body, we have one of our yogas in residence. Stefan's going to help us rise higher. Welcome, brother. Come stand with us as Dodi help us invoke these words and rise to our majesty.
Notice how we're sitting right now, and most of us are probably, everybody already started to lean up, right? Stay where you are for a moment, right? And just notice, Shira said yesterday we start with our breath, so let's start with our breath. Just sitting like this, we're a little bit rounded over, and notice I'm just gonna ask you to breathe in and out of your nose for as long as we're together. And notice what that feels like when we're sitting like this. You can close your eyes if you want to close your eyes. So we're a little collapsed in with our shoulders, maybe our butts a little tucked under. And notice what that feels like into our rib cage and into our belly. And then gently encourage yourself to find a little bit more room for your breath. So just as you're about to sit up a little bit more, we might have tilted our pelvis forward and felt the floor beneath us a bit more, and the seat underneath our sits bones, the bottom of our pelvis. And all of a sudden our rib cage is a little bit more expanded. And as we're breathing in and out of our nose here, we feel more width. And so let's try and create a little bit more space beyond that. So take our hands onto our knees and tilt our pelvis forward, arching into the back. And then as we exhale, round the back body. So any amount, whatever's available in your body. Inhale, rocking forward, opening through the upper chest. And then exhale, letting those shoulder blades get broad. Again, we'll inhale forward, even gazing up. And exhale it back, shoulder blades rounding. And inhaling forward. And exhaling back again. One more time like that. Move forward, arching into your back. And then exhaling back the other way. And find neutral again. Now as we find neutral, maybe we come a little bit further forward on our seats. I know it's really hard in those seats, they slope back. But sit up tall. Bring your hands across your chest or on your thighs. And just have a gentle twist, not using your arms, just using our midsection. As we twist, feel like we can get a little bit taller. And then we inhale back into center. And we'll twist the other way, twisting to your right, any amount, lengthening as we rotate. I'm mirroring you. Everybody on stage, if you could mirror me, that's great. Work with me. And back into center. And again, twist over to your left if you're facing us. And inhale back into center. And twist over to your right if you're facing the stage. And back into center. Now from there, lift up tall and bring your right hand onto your left knee. take your left hand onto the side of the chair. And now use your arms instead of your midsection to begin to rotate. So look over your left shoulder. If you're on stage with me, you're looking over your right shoulder. There you go. Ground down into your feet. So you're using the arms to get a little bit more space, a little bit more rotation. Finish on an exhalation here. And then inhale back into center. And then go the other way. Switching your arms. Don't worry if you went the other way the first time. All right, lengthen up tall. Look over the back shoulder, feel the grounding of the feet. Notice if your feet happen to be parallel or turned out. See if they can be parallel. Take another exhalation here, using the arms to rotate through the upper chest, and then inhale back to center. So the big move here, we're gonna pull our heels back. We're gonna bring our chest forward. And as much as we wanna use our arms, I'm gonna ask you to see if you can just use your legs. Can you use your legs, push into your legs, and lift up to stand. And as we stand up, feel like you can stand up really tall. So there's almost a boomerang energetically of feeling our feet onto the floor and getting taller through the crown of the head. And then reaching the arms up. And if you're not able to reach the arms up, have the arms come down and just get taller, right? Either way. And as we're extending up, if you're facing us on stage, bring your left arm down. And bring a right arm over, any amount. So some of us are going to be more up and over to the side, and some of us are going to go deeper to the side. And notice these muscles, the rib cage, the intercostal muscles between the ribs, the expansion into the side waist there on that right side, all the way down to your foot on that right side. And take another exhalation there. And as we inhale that right arm up and around and down, just take a breath here, in and out of the nose, and feel that space that we just created. Notice if it feels different than the other side. Notice if there's more room. And then let's take those arms up again. And we'll go the other way. Extend up, and then that right arm will come down. And we'll extend over to the right, expanding that left side. Right, even turning the head if we want to. Feel like we can feel the whole left side all the way down to our foot. Another exhalation here. And from the bottom of the exhalation, inhale. Back out and around with that left arm. Let's give a shrug of the shoulders up. And back and around. And forwards and up. And back and around. And then reach the arms up. And as we reach the arms up, just the way we came up to stand, we're going to begin to sit back. And as we sit back, if you need to put a hand onto the chair, put a hand onto the chair. Use the legs to come all the way down into that seat. Now, what I'm going to try and ask you to do is not sit back into the seat like we started, but sit up into the seat. And as you sit up into the seat, nice and grounded, hands onto our thighs or our knees. Feel that length through the spine. Continue to breathe in and out of your nose. Soft and gentle.
So as we sit here, take another moment just to sit here. not do anything except just sit here. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable. If you are home or here with us, feel another shoulder roll perhaps. And let's just sit here for a moment on this day, this morning. Feel our breath and feel our majesty.
Thank you, Stefan. When you're on the throne, when we are on the throne, we can really feel through all of time, which is important because we are here to do some ancestral healing. So if you have arrived here today because this is your yearly pilgrimage, welcome home. And if you are here today because somehow you felt called to be here, even you are surprised at your presence here on this throne, welcome. You are welcome here. In a moment, we will rise together as Stefan has instructed us. And you will feel that at this point in our journey, on our way home, we will begin to rise as a body, as a collective body, and that's something worth tuning into. And you will feel in a moment when we bow together, that we bow to each other as a collective body, and that's also something to pay attention to because this is the power of these prayers. This is why we're here. When we bow, we will come closer to the ground. When we rise, we will come closer to the skies. And once upon a time, this land, layers upon layers of roots and streams beneath our feet, mountains and plains, were stewarded by the wise hearts and hands of the Munsee Lenape tribes. So to be here today is to be in their care. And we hope to contribute our own tending of this makom, this place that we sit, that we stand, and we rise together so that we may care not only for each other, but for the past and present, future generations of our human family and our more than human family. Every move we make is a consciousness raising mindfulness practice, and we belong here together. So, as you came in, take a moment now to notice where are the exits in this space in case you need to make an exit. They're behind you. Please silence your phones so that the ground and the skies be most available to us to help us find each other. And on your way in today, who or what will you come the negedi tamid with? What will you come face to face with today? I invite you to bring in your well and radiant ancestors today on Yom Kippur Day. They who are always here with you and for you, from beyond the veil and all around you. Take a moment now on your throne, feeling into all of time. Close your eyes if you like, and breathe them in as if they're coming from deep inside your heart. Help comes in many forms. All you have to do is to say yes. So the music will bring us to a rise, and as always, it's a rise in body, it's a rise in voice, it's a rise in spirit, it's just a rise in presence. Ay, 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 oh. Ay,
Turn and bow to someone you have not said yet good morning to with your eyes and with your heart. Shabbat Shalom, Shana Tova, Gmar Tov. Let's create ties of connection here. And as we find our seats.
Baruch atah vaya Eloheinu ruach haolam yotzer or uboreh choshech oseh shalom uboreh et hakol Baruch atah vaya Eloheinu ruach All of these prayers are an invitation, of course, to tap into what is so beyond the beyond. They are all very imaginative and require our mind's eye to open and our heart's eye to open and open and open. So we bring you one of the most spectacular eyes of the universe, a telescope into the cosmos, to help open. And Marika and Gabby, we are so ready for that. Here we go. Recent footage from the James Webb Telescope to help us open. And of course, it's taking a moment to load because obviously it's millions of light years away. No surprise there. And even if we settle with this spectacular view, I just want you to know that that tower that you see on one of the sides there, that has been named one of the pillars of creation. And as much as this looks like a cartoon, it is in fact footage. Real, live, and live as in a million light years away, but live footage. So we'll sit with this image together.
אתה ויה אלוהינו רוח העולם הפותח לנו שער רחמים ומאיר עיני המחכים לסליחתו
שלום ובורא את הכל אהבה רביה אהבתנו הוויה אלוהינו ימלה גדולה ויתרה כמת עלינו
Baruch atah Havaya, Habocher banu be'avaha, ba'ahava, ba'ahava, ba'ahava.
We've already explored such big words this morning. Pause for a moment on the word compassion, chemla. Pause for a moment on the word forgiveness, slicha. Those who were with us last night, as Aziz Abu Sara and Maoz Yinon, Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers, sat on this stage and shared with us the power of forgiveness. Two men who have lost loved ones through this conflict and insist on forgiveness face to face with compassion into each other's hurts so there can be a path moving forward. Our teachers today. So as we lean from the blessing for the light and the infinite nature that we are part of, as we grow into love, you may have chosen that we have changed our liturgy from what we have inherited. With some audacity, we've learned that we were once the chosen ones, and yet we say that we are all chosen for love. And we inherited a God whose name is Adonai, a Godhead who is ours and who's male and hierarchy, and we have chosen to revise that name as Havaya, which means existence, non-gendered, non-hierarchy, non-specific, air and breath and mystery and now. So now we want to invite whoever is sitting here, however you were born, however you are affiliated, whoever you think and feel you are, to know that we are part of something way, way bigger. And in our language, that thing is called one. Echad. So Shma Yisrael, listen up. All those of us who wrestle with so much, we ask us to exclaim this text together. Choose to name divine in any way you want, yet let us land together on the last word, which is where, despite our differences, let us agree to find the way that we are one. To listen to each other sing this mantra, this ancient prayer that our ancient ancestors keep reciting. And it's sometimes what we say when we breathe our last.
Baruch Shem Kippur, Malchut Leolam Vaed. Baruch Shem Kippur, Malchut Leolam Vaed. ואהבת את הוויה אלוהיך
בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך.
You are, you are, you are, you are, You are. 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 You and I love you, 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 meditami.
Amichai, you mentioned the audacity of some of these prayers. This is one of them. It simply says, Be'ahavta. It's like the infinitive, you, love. Instructions to love. So when we are saying these instructions, what is it? Who are we speaking to? Who are we speaking with? You are, face to face, Lenegadi Tamid. As we walk our way and chant our way through the Ve'ahavta, we will open it up, just break it wide open as the prayer does for us, to find where is our mother tongue love, where is it activated, and how are we walking in these footsteps. So come with me.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך ושינתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך. You are, 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 you are our children, and we love you, and we love you.
This prayer invites us to dream into all of the worlds in which we are caretakers of future generations. You are our children, and we love you.
וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. You are, 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 you are,
place a hand on your heart, place a hand on your belly, place a hand in between your eyes. Find yourself, find yourself.
And I love you, 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 and I love you. You are my body. You
Hafta says the path is yours and yours are the feet walking it. Yours is the body moving on this path. Fill in the blank. You are... What are you coming face to face with now, and what will help? And what wisdom are you hearing from this prayer? Fill in the blank. Say it out loud. You are my...
We began this morning by chanting this word, Ve'ahavta. We sang the intention that we inherited, Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. Love all others as you try to love yourself. And we sat here, and Rabbi Dalia sang us, prayed with us these words in the Hebrew of the Torah, in the Arabic translation, and in English, inviting ourselves to imagine you are sitting in the presence of our ancestors and our descendants, our worst guilt, our greatest pride, our best friend, and our worst enemy. Can we sit face to face, each one of us, and say, I love to every single part of us? If your answer to that question is an unhesitating yes, then you may as well break your fast and go home. You're done. Check. Bonus. Thank you for being a bodhisattva and a tzaddik and a saint. I'm gonna bet that there are very few of us with such credentials in this room and in your homes and anywhere upon this planet. We are here today to be honest of all the ways in which we do not love, the ways we have abused our bodies, the ways we have dishonored our best selves, each other, the ones we know, the ones we only know from really far, and our responsibility collectively for all the ways in which we harm, despite our best intentions. On this day, we are yet again invited to try a little and a lot to love. So we are moving into this part of our morning in which we are asked to rise up in the Amidah, to stand up for that which we believe in, and to honestly ask for help from our highest source, from our inner reservoir of humanity, from our ancestors, from our descendants, from our bodies that are resilient, from our souls that are bigger than our minds, and from each other's presence, to be better at being, to be better and doing, to just be a little more loving and a lot more here, so we can be more helpful, because we need to be more helpful today more than ever, this year more than ever in which we have gathered before. So with this serious tone into this love, I want to ask us to please rise slowly. Feel what it's like to rise to this moment, this Amidah, on this Yom Kippur, so we can stand together in the presence of the Infinite and ask for help and lean into this love.
אכלה פניו אשאלה ממנו מעלה לשון אשר ביקר המשירה לאדם מאחל הוויה שפתי תפתח ופי יגיד תהילתך ברוך אתה הוויה אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו אלוהי אברהם אלוהי יצחק ואלוהי יעקב אלוהי שרה אלוהי רבקה אלוהי רחל, אלוהי לאה, אלוהי בלהה, ואלוהי זלפה, האל הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל עליון, גומל החסדים הטובים וקונה הכל. וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם למען שמו ואהבה זוכרנו לחיים, רוח חפץ בחיים, זוכרנו לחיים, רוח חפץ בחיים, וחותמנו
תושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה מגן אברהם ויצצה. אתה גיבור לעולם הוויה, מחיי כל החי אתה להושיע. מועיד, מועיד, מועיד אתה, מחלקי החיים בחסד, מחיי כל חי ברחמים רבים. סומך נופלים והופך חולים ומתיר אסורים, ובחיי אמונתו לשני עפר. מכמוך בעל אמונות ומידו מלך, רוח ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה. מי כמוך רחמים, זוכר יצרוב לחיים ורחמים, למען אתה להחיות מתים. ברוך אתה ויה מחיי כל החיים.
We were afraid. We forgot to love. Just two of the fragments of a powerful art installation by Lauren Axelrod, who joined us, and you can see it out in the courtyard. A whole heap of shards made of clay with imprinted confessions of how we missed the mark. And we're grateful to her artistic vision and generosity, bringing this to us so we can go outside at some point and rummage through this clay collection of our misdeeds. And take one, bury one, pass it over. This is just a suggested list of all the ways in which we've harmed the earth. If we are serious about the work of teshuvah, of repentance, of return, of remorse, of repair, then it begins with a public confession. I want to invite every single one of us to own inside our heart one way in which this past year you have done wrong. One way in which you've harmed yourselves, on others. One ways with which we were and are complicit with great terror in this world. With our words, the ones we said, the ones we didn't, with our money, with our communication, with our bodies, with our minds, with our souls. This is not an exercise in theoretical repentance. This is an actual invitation to own something that we must take responsibility for, and in some way on this day begin commitment to repair. Not everything is within our ability, but some things are. So we're going to recite now an A to Z, an alphabetical list that we inherited of some generic recommendations for each of us to come up with our own specific guilty truth of where we've missed the mark. And this is just for each of us face to face with our own being. To let it come up and let it be noted, and for each of us to know what to do about it. But from the place of moral injury towards moral repair, we have to begin with a public confession. And that's what we're going to be doing right now. Our hearts that hold so much deserve to be held. You might want to massage, you might want to tap, you might want to hit with compassion. But come up with your own list of where and how repair awaits. Earlier today and yesterday, you've been given notes to come up with one way in which you own something that is worthy of compassion and forgiveness and atonement. So I don't know how many of you got those notes and how many of you completed them and handed them in here and at home. But I think we're going to see on the screen in just a moment what some of the words on our hearts are this year. If that technology is happening. Is it? We'll find out.
Eloheinu, Elohei Avotenu, Imotenu, Tava lefanecha, Tfilatenu, מתחינתנו שאין אנחנו ספנים וכשאורן לומר לפניך הוויה אלוהינו ואלוהי אמותינו ואמותינו ואבותינו צדיקים אנחנו ולא חטאנו אבל אנחנו ואבותינו ואמותינו חטאנו אתה יודע רזה עולם ותעלומות סתרי כוחי אתה חופש כל חדרי בטן ובוחר אין דבר אלוהים ממך, ואין נסתר מנגד עיניך, ובכן יהי רצון מלפניך.
אלוהי אבותינו, אלוהי אמותינו, שתסלח לנו על כל חטאותינו, ותמחל לנו על כל עוונותינו, ותכפר לנו על כל פשענו.
שחטאנו לפניך באונס וברצון, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך באימוץ הלב, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בבלי דעת, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בביטוי שפתיים, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בגילוי עריות, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בגלוי ובסתר, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בדעת ובמרמה, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בדיבור פה.
החטא שחטאנו לפניך בהונאת פיה, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בהרהור הלב, החטא שחטאנו לפניך במידת צנות, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בגילוי פה, החטא שחטאנו לפניך בזלזול הורים ומורים, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בזדון ובשגגה, החטא שחטאנו לפניך בחוזק יד, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בחול על השם. Love.
שחטאנו לפניך בתרומת שפתיים, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בטיפשות פה, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך ביצר הרע, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ולא יודעים, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בכחש ובחזר, והחטא שחטאנו לפניך בכפת שוחד, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלעצון, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בלשון הרע.
שחטאנו לפניך במשא ומתן, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך במאכל ומשתה, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בנשק ובמרבית, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בנטיית גרון, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשיח שפתותנו, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בסיקור עין, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעיניים רמות, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בעזות מצח.
שחטאנו לפניך בפריקת עול, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בפלילות, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בצדיית רעה, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בצרות עין, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקלות ראש, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בקשיות עובד, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בריצת רגליים להרע, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך ברכילות, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשבועת שווא, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בשנאת חינם, על חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתשומת יד, ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך בתימהון לבד.
Seli
Well, the cloud is not working.
The cloud is always working.
That cloud is out. This one's not, but that's all right. Include the following: short-sightedness, fear, ignorance, the choice to remain ignorant. We want to invite you right now to take a moment, and if you have the courage to whisper to each other, just one, whether it was listed or not, held in your hand like this piece of pottery that says, "We forgot to love," that you're willing to admit as we confess so we can grow. Take the moment right now. And folks at home can put it in the chat or just whisper to each other or to us. And take this seriously with every fiber of your being.
ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה. יא אליי, 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 יא אליי, 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 אליי. איי, 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 איי.
notes are slightly out of tune, but I'm sure I'm not to blame. Nothing's happened, but I think it will soon, so I sit here waiting for God and a train to the astral plane.
And the only thing we have to fear is
Well, a little water wouldn't hurt. Besides, it's almost the end of the day.
That's okay. Thanks, though. That was really nice of you to look out for me. I'm Marcia.
I'm Brian. You've done this before?
Oh, yeah. Since I was 7. My parents loved the temple.
Since you were 7?
Yeah. I guess you could say I'm a real believer.
Welcome. How many of you here are here for the first time? Please raise your hand. A special welcome to you. I am Aaron, the high priest, and I want you to know that you are in the right place. We are all here to seek forgiveness. Who's first?
So, what exactly do we do when we get to the front of the line? Do we have to talk or something?
Yeah. You have to look them in the eye and say, I'm sorry.
Whoa. What? To someone I've never met? Do I have to go into detail?
Well, no, but you have to say it. And more importantly, you have to mean it. It has to be sincere. And you have to say it for something specific. Every one of us has to look him in the eye and say, I am sorry. And then he takes it and he brings it to God. That's how forgiveness works.
Wow. Okay. Well, maybe I shouldn't have come. I don't really believe in God. But could I at least get one of those little round stickers that says I atoned?
Why did you come if you don't believe?
It's complicated. I really need to be forgiven. I didn't know where else to go.
There is a room where it happens. All of us want to be in that room where forgiveness happens, where we start to live again. There is a room like that in our tradition, where once a year, for one brief moment, a realignment happens. We're released. Bam! Magic! But this year, next.
Well, at this point, we might not even get there before the day is over. But is it always this crowded?
No, the line is definitely longer this year. Look, I don't know how it works, but it works. We walk out beaming. We're cleansed, fresh start.
Yeah, but what if that's not enough?
Are you concerned it's not enough?
I'm concerned it won't work.
It always works.
It only works if I stand before God and say I'm sorry. The same God took my children. Maybe the same one that took theirs, or their lover, their friend. What if I'm not sorry? What if I'm just pissed Next.
I mean, we walk out feeling cleansed, and that's it? But has anything really changed? Besides, he doesn't know me. Does he know you? Have you ever had more than 3 minutes with the guy?
Well, no, but I like the way he listens when I'm there.
What if I'm too mad to listen? Next.
He's a politician. He's a public figure. It's his job to make you feel like he cares.
You think he doesn't care?
I don't think the system is set up for anything real to happen.
How will we all be forgiven? Next.
This is the ritual we have. And if you're not invested in it, why are you staying? What did you do? What's so serious you must ask for forgiveness in a system you don't believe in?
You're not the priest. If I told you what I'm really sorry for, you'd cast me out. You couldn't look me in the face. I need something like forgiveness, I'll give you that, but I'm not convinced any of us get it this way.
Come on, folks, let's keep this line moving.
And in fact, we're going to stop the line for a moment and just freeze where we are. Friends, I'm John Adam Ross. Welcome to Storytelling. I am your maven master of ceremonies today. And you may be wondering where we are and what's happening. Well, this is storytelling, where Torah meets your story, where history meets fantasy, where the page meets the stage. We bring you the same old stories with a bit of a twist. See, when the telling of Torah premiered in Jerusalem 2,500 years ago, it wasn't the Torah service we know today. The Torah service we know today is nobody's idea of a good time. But 2,500 years ago, it was. It was exciting. There was engaging live translation from Hebrew into the language of the day. Because back in that day, most of the people didn't speak Hebrew. They needed translators, mevinim, mevin, the Hebrew word for understand. The understanders, the mevinim. And they made the Torah come to life for everybody who was there to hear the story. And so here today, right now, we're doing it again at Lab Shul with storytelling, making this Mount Sinai. And you, the people of Israel, at the foot of Mount Sinai, waiting for an exciting telling of our tale. A telling that will hopefully help us plug into today, into our face-to-face atonement. Right now, we have two Israelites waiting in line for their chance to come face-to-face with a high priest who's feeling a little nervous about whether or not he's up for the job this year. We'll see if we're all up for the job this year as we dig deeper into the story. So now it is time for the story. Live from Mount Sinai and live from the Tribeca Performing Arts Center at the Borough of Manhattan Community College on the corner of Chambers and the River, we bring you I Love You, I'm Sorry, your Yom Kippur maven. And as we're about to take out the star of the show, I'm turning to Rabbi Amichai to invite us in.
Thank you, Jar. We're going to open the ark. We're going to enter the story. We've done this many, many years, and every year it's the same, and every year it's completely different. We're on a campus, and this has been a year where there has been a lot of needs to say, I'm sorry, on campuses as well. And so we know there are a lot of families among our community with college students who have had a year rough or rougher than a lot of us. So we wanted to invite one such family with 3 college students, Francine and Adam, and your 3 children with you. Oh my God. You guys are representing the entire beleaguered community of college families in the entire United States, and certainly in our community. So Dara, Esther, Asa, no pressure, but we ask you to please come up and help us open our barrel ark and let the stories that we hear today help us open our hearts to each other, face to face, into whatever forgiveness might look like. Thanks for coming up. Did you know that's why you were coming up? You all failed? Cousins at work too. Bring her up. Updates. 2 college graduates and 1 stand-in. But you get the idea. Stand right there. Hold her tight. We're going to sing. Whoops. Let's not knock the holy candles. We're going to pray this prayer that we only pray 1 time a year. Just once this time. To ask for really every single source of the divine to be with us as we attend atonement.
Havaya, Havaya, Elachum v'chanu, Erech habayim, v'chesed v'emet, notzer chesed la'anafim, notzer avon v'afesha, v'chata
So we've got 2 ordinary Israelites who have been waiting in line for a very long time to come face to face with their atonement. Waiting to talk to the old priest and tell them they're sorry. It's almost sundown and they're getting a little anxious if they're going to get to the end of the line before the ritual is up. And on the other end of that line is our priest. A priest who is navigating grief and trauma of his own. Who also needs to make atonement. All of us here today are here for atonement. How many of us are ready to do that atonement face to face? Is there anyone here who has a sorry to make that needs to be made face to face? Over the past year, is there anyone that you feel you've wronged, that you need the courage to come face to face with, eye to say, I'm sorry? Not just in an email or a text message or a Facebook post. This aliyah is for the courageous of us who are willing to take the first step toward that face-to-face atonement. And if you feel moved to join us for the blessing of this aliyah, you can do it by standing up where you're sitting. If you're at home, you can stand up on your couch. Not on your couch, I would stand in front of your couch. And if you are brave enough and are able to join us, you can climb all the way up Mount Sinai and come face to face with the actual story as the first step of coming face to face with your atonement. This aliyah, this first aliyah, is going to be for you, Rabbi.
And we want to call up Rabbi Dalia Shacham to come be our Torah chanter as we gather on this day.
Yamdu, calling up all those of us who are willing to atone face to face and ready to take that first step. It's daunting, I know, but if you have the courage, come on up.
Wrap it around.
המשלח את השעיר לעזאזל, יכבס בגדיו, ירחץ את בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה.
The sun's almost down. At least we finally made it to the main courtyard. Is that the guy in charge of the scapegoat? He shouldn't be back already. Did the high priest already go into the Holy of Holies and bless the goats and finish the job? Is it really all over? Is it really that late?
He's got his work clothes folded up in his hand.
What? If he's back already, that means the goat with all our sins was already pushed over the cliff. Oi, did we miss our chance?
ואת שעיר החטאת אשר הובא את דמם לכפר בקודש יוציא אל מחוץ למחנה ושרפו באש את אורותם ואת בשרם ואת פרשם.
What is that stench?
Oh God, the sanitation team. The ones that take what's left of the sacrificial animals outside and burn the skin and the excrement.
Thank you for entrusting me with your sorries. I've listened to all of you and delivered them up to God. Good news. all have been forgiven.
Hey!
Hey, what about us? I'm sorry, and I'm ready, so what gives?
Wait, I'm sure we're gonna get in. We have to.
ושורר אותם, יכבס בגדיו, ורחץ את בשרו במים, ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה.
Okay, deck crew. Julia, if we could get the talents garments to laundry, let's get the bath ready as well. We're packing up. Thank you all. That's a wrap.
Whoa! Why is everyone on their way back? Are they breaking down the platform already? Who is running the show? They can't have forgotten about us.
No, they don't care about us, just like I told you.
No, but look. The ones who did get through are beaming. Just like I said, they got their forgiveness. But what about me? What about us?
והייתה לכם לחוקת עולם בחודש השביעי בעשור לחודש תענו את נפשותיכם וכל מלאכה לא תעשו האזרח והגר הגר בתוככם.
This is what we're supposed to do.
This is what we're supposed to do?
Show up, 7th month, 10th day, wait in line, be patient, share sins, don't eat, don't drink, don't have sex, don't work. This is how it's supposed to work.
Bam! Magic. And all are forgiven.
And all are forgiven.
כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם לתאר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני תתארו.
Well, I don't feel forgiven. You told me this was the way to be forgiven, and I told you I have a lot to be forgiven for. You told me this is how I'm supposed to feel clean again. And I didn't believe you, but I trusted you anyway, and now...
We're closing now. We're closing. Sorry, we are done. He already said the words. We finished the ritual. The priest can't take any more sorries today. So sorry. Yom Kippur is over, everyone. Work light's coming up.
Excuse me. So sorry. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, so much. Oh. God bless. Yes, God bless you all. Oh, excuse me. Oh, thank you.
Oh.
I have to catch my camera.
No. Oh, hi. Remember me? Marcia? I've been coming here since I was 7. Thank God you're here. They told us that you were closing up, but we didn't get a chance to say sorry.
Well, the sun is set. The goats are out. The line was long. We have to pack up and go home now.
What?
It's over. Day is done. Can't help you anymore, but wait. I have a sticker.
We have been here in line for hours.
I really need to be forgiven.
You're telling me there's nowhere to say I'm sorry? I've done all the things I'm supposed to do. I am a dues-paying member of the temple. Why can't you take my sorry now? Why can't you take his? This is supposed to work. It always works.
You know, maybe it didn't work today because I'm just so angry, because I'm just so sad. But for the first time in life, and I've been doing this for many years, I don't feel like I've been forgiven either. And at this late juncture, I don't know if any of us can.
Well, let's pause there. We still might have hope. And for everybody who came up here to take the first step in coming face to face with your atonement, you being here face to face with the story and blessing this exploration will help. I really believe it. So let's have that blessing. On the back side of your cards. Baruch atah havaya Eloheinu ruach haolam Asher natan lanu Torah temet, B'chaye olam nata b'tocheinu, Baruch atah havaya, noten haTorah. Thank you so much for being here. We just had a technical glitch in the inherited ritual, and we're going to need to straighten this out. But in the meantime, you can go back to your seats. Thank you so very much. Wouldn't mind just folding up that talus and throwing it here would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. So now let's see where we are. We stopped. We have these two ordinary Israelites who, again, we're waiting and waiting and waiting to atone. We have a high priest who clearly is navigating his own stuff today. And the sun set already. The ritual's over. That's a twist in the story we weren't expecting. What do we do in this situation? How many of you feel like you showed up today and it felt a little different than previous Yom Kippurs? How many of you feel like you showed up today and you were a little nervous about whether or not it was going to work this time? How many of you feel the way our skeptic does, that while we have something to atone for, we're not sure if we're worthy of forgiveness? Any hands? How many of you feel the way our believer feels, that there's a system you've trusted for a really long time and you're not sure if that system's going to work this time around? Raise your hand. Well, clearly the old ways aren't working. At least not today. We have Aaron. Aaron, who lost 2 sons very recently. Aaron, who is still grieving and wrestling with Aaron's own relationship to all of this. Aaron, who is having to stand in front of everyone and accept their sorries, and then deliver sorries to a God that Aaron's in a complicated relationship with, a system that Aaron's been a part of for a long time and doesn't know if it works for him anymore. Are there any Aarons in the room? Anyone here experienced trauma this year that's impacting your ability to trust the system you've been doing for years and years? How are you feeling, Aaron? Call it out. I'd love to know. Conflicted. Abandoned. Betrayed. Hopeless. Adrift. Are you getting these character notes? Yeah. More. This is great. Huh? I didn't hear it. Pain. Confused. Mad. Huh? Exhausted. Turmoil. Frustrated. There's a lot of errands here today. I wanted to say this is amazing, but it's not. It's devastating. Thank you, Aaron. Now, do we have any Israelites in the room? Do we have any Israelites who came today thinking it was going to work, got ready to stand in that line? We all know later today at Lab Shul we'll be invited to stand in line and come face to face with the Torah. Is there anyone here who is like our Israelites, worried that it's not going to work for them, worried that they've been standing here all day, eager and desperate for it to work? Any Israelites here? How are you feeling? Depressed? Anyone else? Anxious? Patient? Impatient? Culpable? Hopeful? That's better than culpable. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm sorry I misheard you. Anyone else? Any other Israelites here? How are you feeling? Huh? Negligent. Guilty. Hopeless. Should meet Stephanie. You know, here's the thing. We're not in the temple. It's 2024. We're right here and right now. And it's unclear if this ritual is sufficient, is going to get us there. So I'd like to propose we think about an alternative. Clearly, we all need something. There's a lot of Aarons and Israelites in this room. Clearly, we are all eager for something that makes us feel, coming out of this day, like we have done some of the work. Those of us who've already joined us on stage for the blessing, those of us who did the work of showing up today, those of us who are doing the work at home, of zooming in, of plugging in, is work. We need the ritual to work for us too. This is an opportunity for us in this moment. It is a laboratory synagogue, is it not? For us to envision what would a public atonement ritual look like if it wasn't this one. Sure, we come here every year and we say Ashamnu and we find meaning in that, the vidui. We tell the story and we find meaning in that. But let's say we didn't have this, just now, right now, this year. What could we have for personal atonement? A ritual of community atonement, a ritual of national atonement. I would like to invite you to take a couple of minutes to turn to your neighbors and to spitball ideas for what you think we could use if we were rebuilding an atonement ritual for today. What would it include? Would there be animal sacrifice? So many questions that are on all of your minds. Please take a couple of minutes and discuss. All right, everyone, I'm going to welcome you back in. Welcoming you back in. Thank you so much for all of the incredible thought work you just did on behalf of the Jewish community of the world. Did anyone hear something that moved you or that you felt was a compelling element of a modern atonement ritual that you want to share? Anyone hear something that you want to share that you felt compelled? Yes. Huh? Quarterly atonement. It's like the IRS. If we did it every few months, maybe it wouldn't be so daunting. Yes. Speed atoning. It's so good. It's face to face, but only 5 seconds, so it doesn't get weird. Someone else. Huh? Writing down what you hope to atone for and burning it in a community bonfire. That feels both primal and modern. I love it. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Listening to your own heart. Making that silence. Yeah. Hurt. Listening to your own hurt. Thank you. listening to our own hurt and also getting out of ourselves and being present in the community. Yes. Listening to other people. Beautiful. Thank you. Yes, we'll take a couple more. Animal adoption instead of sacrifice. That is the last one, yeah. Make it more about the atoned to than the atoner. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. That was also Stephanie? That's great. Stephanie, you're winning the day. And by the way, in case you were wondering, as you head out today, everybody's getting a puppy. Does any of this resonate? You're the one stuck here looking for forgiveness. Does this help?
I mean, sure. In the future, I guess we could do some of those things. But right now, from where I stand, there's one way, and it's God's way. And if you don't do it that way, some pretty bad things can happen. And I feel unlovable as it is. And if I don't get forgiveness, I don't know what I'll be.
You don't have to feel unlovable. There's an easy solution to that. And this may sound a little weird, but I would love it if everybody could turn to the person next to you, even if they're a stranger. It won't be weird because we're all doing it together at the same time. And just say, I love you. We're going to do it together, okay? On the count of 3. You have to mean it, but even if you don't know the person, only on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I love you.
I love you? No. No, no, no. Stop. Enough. I came here for forgiveness, not love. I really, really messed up this year, and I didn't get to atone.
Okay. So what if instead of I love you, we try I'm sorry? And we really apologize for something specific. At least try it. I'm sorry. Everyone, all together, on the count of 3, we're going to say I'm sorry to the person next to you. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry.
No. No, this isn't enough. This isn't enough. It's not enough for me to atone. I need someone to forgive me. Please, someone forgive me.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm here to forgive you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You know, I spent the whole day looking people directly in the face. And even when I phoned it in, it does something to you. That's all the holy is, really. That's why it's so scary. There's nothing between you and the depths of someone. It's face to face, direct. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to turn to someone next to you, perhaps especially someone you don't know. Look each other in the face and try saying, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I thank you. And if you're joining us by, what's the word?
Online.
Yeah, online. If you're joining us online and there's no one next to you, just look into the screen and know someone is looking at you, saying, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, too. Let's try it now.
I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you.
Notice what that felt like. To say it and mean it, face to face. and notice what it felt like to hear it.
But something has to actually change at the end of this. It can't just be feelings, right?
Atonement starts with accountability. You came in today to get forgiveness in the traditional way. And I am sorry I couldn't give that. This year, all I could think about was my sons and how God, the God I represent, took them from me and does the same to so many parents every single day. And I am filled with anger. I'm torn up with grief. And I just couldn't do the job today. Not in the traditional way.
I forgive you.
I thank you.
But am I forgiven?
The only thing we can ever know is that we showed up. That's what my parents taught me the first time I came as a kid. That the most important thing is to show up for each other, face to face. Like when you saw me in the line and offered me water. When you asked me to tell you why I believe what I believe. When you stayed, even when it got hard. That meant something to me. And I have to believe it matters in the end.
But am I forgiven?
The traditional way may not have worked for us this year, but look what we were able to do. We were able to come together and contribute so many different ideas for ways we could move forward with the tradition, devise a new system right here, right now. We played with what we inherited and we let it evolve.
You know, I never really believed that some guy behind a curtain I had never met could carry my guilt for me and have it be meaningful. Sorry. But I do feel lighter. I'm glad I came.
See? It always works. Here. Have a sticker.
I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank you. I love you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I thank
Our incredible mavens today for helping bring this story to life for us. And thank all of you for showing up face to face.
And thank you, John Ross, for stepping into the stage as the sage, storyteller, maven. These stickers are going around. I'm just going to say, think before you put it on. Like, really? Maybe you want to wait till sunset, when we've burnt the carcasses and ready to begin another year. I'll put mine in the pocket till I feel it's really right. Thank you, friends, for walking us in the footsteps of the ancient priests. And as we wrap this morning's storytelling, and it's just about noon, in a few moments we're going to take the time to participate in yet another ritual of words, the Yizkor, in which we remember our loved ones who are here with us in spirit, not walking this earth, but here in our soul. Before we do so, we want to end this telling of Torah with a healing prayer, with a Misha Berach. It is our tradition that on this day, on every day when we open the Torah, and when the Torah scroll is wide open, our hearts are just a little more open to the healing that we need, to the healing that we want right now. So I'm going to invite you, friends, if you're joining us online and here, to feel into the healing that you want to offer right now. Is there anybody in your lives right now, and that includes yourself, who is dealing with a physical challenge, and you could use some healing and some love? And is there anybody in your lives, including you, who is dealing with some mental health challenges, with a broken heart, with a conflicted conscience, with a hurt, and with a rage, and with whatever feels like needing healing? And if there are those among us who are holding in our heart the people in this country and around the world, and the people whom so many of us love in Israel and Palestine, and in the Middle East, and in Ukraine, and everywhere on this planet where there's hurting now, and not enough people are saying, I love you and thank you. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. This is where we're going to send this healing now. We are at a moment of moral injury. We're at a moment that in our name, as humans, and perhaps as Jews, a lot of awful things are happening. How will we be part of the healing? What can we do today to make forgiveness not just a word, but a reality that we will raise, and we will hold, and we will love? If you feel like it, if you are able to and you would want to, I invite us to rise as we send a blessing of healing and atonement and forgiveness and hope on behalf of our ancestors to every single one of us. May the one who blessed our ancestors and our parents be with us on this solemn day. מי שברכה אבותינו ואמותינו, יברכנו רפואת הגוף ורפואת הנפש, רפואת הלב, רפואת האומץ. May the one who blessed our parents bless all us for healing of the mind and healing of the hearts, for healing of the body, for healing of our courage, for healing of our moral failures, for healing of our broken hearts, for healing for our bereaved parents, for healing for our wounded children, body, mind, and soul. May the one who blessed our parents with resilience give us what we need to make it through another day. May the one who gave our leaders courage and compassion give our leaders courage and compassion everywhere where we exist. May the one who gave our countries and our nations a place to be a home for freedom and for love make every home and every nation, every country, not a place for war, but a place for peace, a home for healing, and a place for love. May the one who broke our hearts help us heal each other's hearts. May we be able to forgive ourselves and to forgive each other. May we do everything we can to heal this world, to heal this day, to be each other's healers. May we be less of the problem and more of the solution. May we show up face to face with every single one we can in atonement and in humility and with our truth and with our hope. May there be healing. El na refanala. Divine source, help us be the healing.
El na refanala, el na refanala, el na refanala.
Are found inside the scroll. They are the words of hope. They are the words for healing. They are the words once spoken by one sibling to his sister as Moses prayed for Miriam. And so we pray today for every single one of our siblings, the ones we know, the ones we don't. El na refanala. May we be part of each other's healing. I want to invite Todd and Jackie and their family to come help us raise this scroll and wrap it up. And with this raising, we raise each other up for a year of hope and peace and healing. Stand and raise it.
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי הוויה ביד משה. את
year, on this day, at this time, in every congregation, we pause for these kol, the prayer that means we remember. There are different traditions, some in which those whose parents are alive step out, and those of us who honor the memory of a deceased parent stay in. On this year, I'm inviting you here at home and at your home to do what you need, what your soul calls on you, as we take time not just to honor our personal losses, but the unimaginable loss of life of this past year. We're going to say Kol, we're going to open up the ark again, and we're going to invite you back in about 20 minutes if you are stepping out. And I'm going to ask those of you who step out to sit quietly and honor our space as we hold the mourning for our parents and our grandparents, for our partners, for our children, for our siblings, for innocent lives, for fallen soldiers, for every single soul that's passed on this tough year. I want to invite Lori and Joyce to help open the ark as the caretakers, among many others, of our mourning space and our ongoing Kadish space, and for enabling us to hold space for sorrow all year round. These words on our screen are what we often say when we hear the bad news that somebody we know has passed. Hashem Natan, Hashem Lakach, Yehi Shem Hashem Evorach. It's a very tall order to recite a blessing when death knocks on your door. In our version of this, Havaya Natna and Havaya Lakcha, we acknowledge that all that is gives, and all that is takes, and all that is calls upon us to bless what is, not with praise, but with presence, and to acknowledge our humility in the face of mystery, the revolving door of life and death. All there is.
Yehi Shem Havaya נפשי שוברת, היא שוברת, ינחני במעגלי צדק, ינחני במעגלי צדק, למען שמו. גם כי אלך וגיא צל מוות לא אירא, כי אתה עמדי. שולחן נגד צורריי, ישנת ושמן ראשי כוסי
Rabbi Sharon Cohen Anisfeld recently wrote this additional El Maleh Rachamim prayer that we will recite today. El Maleh Rachamim,
God full of mercy, womb of the world in whom there is room enough for all life to flourish, from where there is blessing enough for all life to be nourished, we call out to you, broken-hearted, you who dwell on high beyond the borders of loyalty and love that make us human, hearing what we cannot, holding what we cannot, healing what we cannot. Help us. Grant perfect rest beneath the wings of your presence to the precious, innocent souls, Israeli and Palestinian, Jewish and Muslim, Christian, Bedouin, and Druze, migrant workers from around the world who have lost their lives to the ravages of war during this past year. Shelter those whose witnessed unspeakable brutality and whose walls could not protect them. Carry those who were caught or cornered, unable to escape destruction, degradation, despair. Lift up those who searched for sustenance or safety, longing for the embrace of home.
במעלות קדושים וטהורים כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים.
May those souls who are with you now be granted a glimpse of the world as you see it, shimmering everywhere with the light of your presence.
בגן עדן תהא מנוחתם.
May they find rest and comfort in your holy garden.
אנא בעל הרחמים.
Please, O Master of Mercy,
יסתירם בסתר כנפיך לעולמים ויצור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם.
hide them beneath the cover of your wings forever, and let their souls be bound up with ours, summoning us all to righteousness and hope renewed.
אדוני הוא נחלתם וינוחו בשלום על משכבם.
May your unending love be their inheritance. May their eternal resting place be your peace. And let us say,
Amen.
Amen. In just a moment, we will recite the ancient Aramaic mourner's Kadish, a recitation that lays out this golden path for the ancestring of our beloved dead. And in this time, we can fill the space with their names, as we know the universe loves to hear names. So we'll begin to pronounce their names, those who we have lost, knowing that in between the letters of all of these music and all of these prayers, there are more names, more and more names that we do not know. And they will be pronounced and heard within the words of the prayer. If you're at home, I invite you to type those names, say them out loud in your space, put them into the chat, this chat, which is our river of life. Bring the names in. So let's take a breath together and let's hear the names fill the space. Symphony of names coming in, and all the letters and all the sounds and all the memories. And take a breath and we'll begin together. Yitzgadal v'yitzkadash shmei Rabba be'alma divrach chirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon u'vyomechon וחיי לכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב יאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. והי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו. ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומה. הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן.
My name is Jennifer Blyer, and I'm a circle holder with Lab Shul's Kadish Club. My involvement with Lab Shul extends back to when the seeds of this community were just being planted 11 years ago, until now when they are in full bloom, a span that just happens to have coincided with some of my most joyous life events. Nearly 15 years ago, Rabbi Amihai officiated my wedding, and last year he and Naomi officiated the bar mitzvah of my daughter, Ellie, who had participated in the Raising the Bar program, as my son Zeke is now. So, as Ecclesiastes promised, I've had times to dance and times to build up. And as the prophecy also makes plain, I've had times to weep and to mourn. Nearly 4 years ago, my father, Alan Blyer, was dying of a terminal lung disease. He was at home in the care of his devoted family. Even within the vertiginous, love-infused, otherworldly moments of caring for him as he did the work of dying, I knew that Lab Shul's weekly Kadish Club would be there on the other side to help me do my work of grieving. On the first Thursday after his death, I logged on to the call and was welcomed by soothing music and a screen full of fellow mourners. I was invited to share the eulogy I'd written for my father's funeral. Every Thursday for 11 months after, I showed up for Kadish Club and experienced what few mourners experience in our death-phobic, ritual-starved culture. The opportunity to witness and be witnessed, to stay with the feelings, to let grief take all the time it needs, and to be blessed by the healing power of community. Only 8 months after I finished saying Kadish for my father, my mother, Eileen Blyer, died of cancer. There I was again at Kadish Club every week for 11 months. Over the course of my nearly 2 years there, I saw up close how this one branch of Lab Shul's work has embraced and impacted hundreds of people. I heard their stories, memories, regrets, cries, and laughs. I tracked the turbulent twists and arcs of their grief journeys as I went through my own. I saw people show up from all over the country, all over the world really, drawn to it for the same reasons I was. There is nothing like it in the Jewish world. Kadish Club and the many offerings that have grown from it, the seasonal recollect gatherings, death over dinner, participation in a new Hever Kadisha burial society, are guided by the same foundational values that guide all of Lab Shul's work. Radical inclusivity and accessibility, spiritual experimentation, and soulful connection. I became a circle holder of Kadish Club as a way of giving back to the community, which has been a lifesaver to me and for so many. It's my honor now to serve as a facilitator for Kadish Club calls and to help plan and guide its programming. Kadish Club is just one of many offerings that Lab Shul offers year-round, and Lab Shul needs our financial support, especially now, to continue stretching to meet the needs of our community. Did you know that Sylvie Nelson, our dedicated program coordinator, spent tireless hours these past few weeks creating our Yisker Memorial slideshow? She double-checked every single name, every single date, ensuring that no one was pulled out of their moment of remembrance by a mistake. This level of care and commitment goes into everything that is done at Lab Shul, from Kadish Club to Shabbat and holidays to educational and life cycle programming, because we matter. Between now and the end of the calendar year, Lab Shul needs to raise $100,000 outside of what's covered by the High Holy Days to meet the budget. What part of that can you contribute? If every person in this room gave $118, we would reach our goal. Whether you give more or you give less, every dollar helps. What role can you take on ensuring that Lab Shul continues to thrive? Please help enable Lab Shul to be here for us when we need it the most. Thank you.
Every year on the high holidays, one of the first people to sit in one of the front rows was Ed Goldberg. Jonathan, I know you're here. I heard you call his name. He passed away very recently. One of the many names in this community. And as we watched this slideshow, as Jen said so beautifully, with loving care by our team, there are more and more names and faces we've known over the years who used to sit here, who are now with us in spirit. So here we are again, friends, just past noon on Yom Kippur. We've said Yizkor for those who passed. And now we will say the Musaf, the one additional prayer in which we do not know how many of us will be here next year. On one level, Yom Kippur is a dress rehearsal for our own death. It is a wake-up call to let us know that every moment matters, to ask us not to waste our time and be distracted, but to live our lives as best we can, because we don't know when it is over. So as we pray today, Musaf, and we will ask, oh, who will live and who will die? We know that we don't know, and we shall not until a moment later. But when we take the time right now, not with fear, manipulated by mortality, but with commitment to do what we can, to live our lives as best we can, as helpful and as loving as we can, and to promote in every way we can the peace that will prevent so many losses. So I invite us for this next little bit of this day to hold our hearts and hold our own human fragility as we stand in the face to face of our fragility and our mortality, alive right now and honoring this gift of life, committed to do what we can to live the best we can. If you are able to, I'm going to invite you to please rise or stay seated in meditation if that's what's easier for you. We're almost there.
And who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime, and who by high ordeal, who by common trial, who in your merry, merry month of May, who by very, very slow decay, and who shall I say is calling in?
ובכן, ולך תעלה קדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מלך, ונתנה תוקף קדושת היום, כי הוא נורא והיום ובו תינשא ויקון בחסד כיסאך ותשב עליו באמת אמת, כי אתה הוא דיין ומוכיח ויודע ועד וכותב וחותם וסופר ומונה ותזכור כל הנשכחות ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות ומאליו יקרא וחותם יד כל האדם בו.
And who in her lonely slip, who by perpetuates, who in these realms of love, who by something blunt, and who by avalanche, who by powder, who for his greed, who for his hunger, and who shall I say is calling? ובשופר גדול ייתקע וכל דממות דקה יישמע.
ומלאכים יחפזון וחיל ורעדה יאוחזון ויאמרו הנה יום הדין לפקוד על צבא מרום בדין כי לא יזכו בעיניך בדין וכל באי עולם יעברו לפניך כי בני מעון, כי בני מעון כבקרת רואה עדרום מה ברצונו תחת שבטו
כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה ותפקוד נפש כל חיים ותחתוך קצבה לחומריה ותכתוב את גזר דינו
שנה יכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. כמה יעברון וכמה ייבראון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי וקיצו ומי לא וקיצו, מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברעב ומי בצמא. מי ברעש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, מי ינוח ומי ינוע, מי ישקט ומי יתערף, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי ישר, מי שפל ומי ירום.
בראש השנה יכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה יכתבון, יום צום כיפור יחתמון. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע גזירה. בראש השנה יכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה יכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון.
אדם יסודו מעפר וסופו לעפר, בנפשו יביא לחמו, משול כחרס הנשבר, כחציר יבש וכציץ נובל, כצל עובר וכענן קלה, וכרוח נושבת, וכאבק פורח, וכחלום יאהוב, ואתה הוא מלך רוח
Who by brave ascent, who by accident, who in solitude, who in the mirror, who by his lady's command, who by his own hand, who in mortal chains, who in power, and who shall I say is calling?
It's a lot to channel, isn't it? It's a lot to be so in touch, so open. One of our last gestures of this afternoon ritual is almost how we began, coming close to the sky and close to the ground. In this way, we're going to feel gravity. Feel ourselves in our body and how we human bodies relate to Havaya, how we be in Havaya, Havaya be in us. We're going to touch the ground. I know you can feel the earth underneath so many layers and levels of concrete. I know you can. This morning, Stefan gave us some tips and cues of how to be in our bodies. So now's the time to release some of the tightness so that we may take our final Aleinu from full presence all the way to the ground. So I want to invite anyone who wants to come into the aisles to take space. This is an annual opportunity and invitation to come all the way to the ground. Those of you on stage, feel free to take up space. Just take a moment. And we'll begin with our feet pressing down into the ground and our head, the top of our head pressing up into the skies above.
לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונות, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים. לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך
Elenu. It's on us. It's on us to take action. My name is Lou Berensweig, and I am a member of Lab Shul and a recent bar mitzvah. At my bar mitzvah, I discussed how the scary reality of climate change, like the big hurricanes we've been having, are just like Moses' burning bush, and how they confront us with a call to action. Today, I ask all of you to help me follow that call. As a teenager or kid, it may seem difficult to take action on climate justice. After all, what power do I really have? Don't let this be an excuse. There's always a way you and anybody can help. Climate Families NYC provides simple and enriching ways to involve children and parents in climate justice. They hold family-friendly actions lobbying to get banks out of fossil fuels and to get our mayor and governor to make our city greener through measures like congestion pricing. If you live in New York, you can help by visiting their website, climatefamiliesnyc.org. To donate, contact an official, join a protest, or if you're a parent, sign up for the School Ambassador Program to bring climate action to your kid's school. Or find a local group near you at 350 Do 2 RG. Or grandparents, check out Third Act. I hope many of you will choose to take action here. I myself am pledging to attend at least one Climate Families NYC event this year. Just remember our responsibilities. Elenu, it's on us.
Alenu.
It's also on us to publicly share our gratitude for all the hands and hearts that made these high holy days possible. Shana Tova and Shabbat Shalom. I'm Sarah Sokolic, Lab Shul's co-founder and executive director. This is the last time I'll be before you in these high holy days in this way. And I'll just say one thing about, we heard about gratitude. We heard a lot about forgiveness today. We heard about the power of forgiveness and what it can do. I think it was referred to as like a nuclear power, right? When we forgive, one of the ways that I'm trying to get there is through gratitude and reminding myself the abundance that I have in my life so that I can release and forgive when I need to. So I'll sharing that with you in the spirit of gratitude. Let's thank everyone who made this possible. We'd like to thank our musical composers. There were so many different ones on all of the days. Thank you to everyone who brought music to our lives these past Yamim Noraim. To our artists and educators whose work in the tents, behind the scenes, creating interactive lesson plans for our children, for our adults. Thank you to the artists and educators that help us really change the world. To our production team, we call them the Holy Levites. Thank you for all of your work behind the scenes. There's teams behind the names that you see on the screen. Thank you so much, and thank you again to the team up in the booth. We can't really see you, but we know you see us and are making everything happen. Thank you. Thank you to our friends at TPAC and here at BMCC who are keeping us safe, secure, and comfortable. We really appreciate everything that you're doing here. I want to thank our volunteers. There are many of them. I want to call out Stefan Silva and Sarah Mullins. Thank you so much for all the work that you did and all the volunteers that are doing the work that we don't have enough staff for. Thank you for contributing to this community in that way. And to our board of directors and to the task forces and teams that year-round keep us going, we're truly, truly grateful. You are truly helping us to thrive and to be the best that we can be. If you're interested in getting involved and contributing your gifts, your skills, your wisdom, please let anyone on the staff know. Come find me, come find anyone, and there's a role for you. I'm also, it's on me to let you know what's happening next. So here's the schedule for the rest of the day. It's also on our website and with the QR code on the card that you've been given. We have a break and then some programming this afternoon here in the tents, here in the main sanctuary. I invite you to stay. If you're from far away and you need a place, this will be open to us. There are some comfy beanbag chairs, beanbags and things in the tents. Once now we're done with the kids, you're welcome to stay in this holy space throughout the whole rest of the day. Our breakfast probably still has a few spaces left. It will be here. We have flexible pricing options for everybody, so you can register on our regular High Holy Days form if you'd like to be with us for breakfast. It's really a beautiful way to end the holiday, so you can do that and register at a price point that works for you. And then in the coming days, we'll be celebrating Sukkot and Simchat Torah. We have a number of ways that you can get engaged with us over the holidays, both here in New York City, in Manhattan, I should say, and in Brooklyn. So you can find those on our website. Just hit the calendar and you'll find that information. And please do come join us for our monthly Sabbath Queens. We don't have Shabbat every Friday and every Saturday, like a lot of synagogues do. We meet once a month. So please join us for the few times that we can get together as a large community. We're partnering with UJA Federation New York on Shabbat of Welcome on November 1st in Brooklyn. And we'll be welcoming new partners, new people to Lab Shul. If you're looking for a place, come find us there. There'll be a place for you. There'll be special programming, and we'll be also honoring all the volunteers that night. So if you're a volunteer over the High Holy Days, please mark your calendars. And then throughout the year, you can learn with us. Adults can learn with us. Rabbi Amichai will be teaching Aleph Bet, basic building blocks for Jewish living, starting in January. And then we've got, of course, our Teen Raising the Bar program. And then our littles, our youngers, will be learning with Shira through Learning Lab Junior, which is a home-based learning pilot. So if you're in Brooklyn, come find us. We still have room for a couple of more families, I believe. And then we'll have monthly family labs for the larger community. And then this is a good place for me to end because it's super fun. We are celebrating 20 years of our beloved Sandy Dubowski following our beloved Amichai through his life journey. And this film, Sabbath Queen, is now going around the world to festivals everywhere and will soon be Oscar eligible, thanks partially to this IFC theatrical release in November. So if you are a Lab Shul partner, and that means you invest in our community year-round in any way that works for you financially, you are eligible to come and celebrate with us on that day for a special talkback and celebration. It'll either be November 23rd or November 24th. We're still waiting on final details, but we're so proud of your journey, Amichai, and the journey that you've taken all of us on to get here in this moment. And thank you, Sandy, for bringing this story to the world and helping create a movement of change. A couple of housekeeping notes. Please, if you are in reserved seating, please save your ticket stub if you can, if you're going to be coming back later for All Faith and for Ne'ilah. That way we can make sure that you have the seat that you would like to be in. For anyone who would like to take a break and come back in any of our general admission seats, just you can place a personal item on the chair. There'll probably be plenty of seats to be had, so no worries. But that's just a way to mark your territory, I guess. Yeah, I think that's everything I have. So Shabbat Shalom, Shana Tova.
So as we prep to end this morning, now turned into early afternoon, remember these shards? They're waiting for you outside. They say different things like, we forgot to love, and we were arrogant. Find one, pass it on, hold on to it, let it go. We're ending this morning of Yom Kippur with a hope that our tears and our singing, our words and our silences will help each of us come home and be more present, forgive and be forgiven, hold each other's hand as we hope to be part of the healing that will make this year a little better for each one of us and everyone in our lives and more. So as you leave here into the courtyard, into this day, whether you're sticking around or not, whether you're in your own home right now watching us, please turn to one other person in the next minutes after we end to wish Shabbat Shalom, Shana Tova, a year of face-to-face at better being. And just to end, we're going to end with a priestly blessing. As you saw earlier, there is no high priest on our ranks anymore. We got an actor to play that one. But we are each other's priestesses and priests and holders of the blessing. So let's hold on to each other. If you feel comfortable and wish to, let us rise and honor this day and this moment, this hour.
From above and below, from within and beyond, be blessed, be protected. Ya'er havaya panav elecha v'chuneka.
May you grow and glow in the grace of eternal radiance, lit up with love.
Yisar havaya panav elecha v'yasem lechem shalom.
Face to face with divine mystery, be ever present and be blessed with peace.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.